Good morning, everybody, and happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Black Friday, day after Thanksgiving.
Happy Black Friday, day after Thanksgiving. We had a great Thanksgiving yesterday. We ate too much, drank too much, but we also drank plenty of water. So we're feeling pretty good today, or at least I am. Steph, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
So thanks everybody for tuning in this morning. We've done this the last couple Black Fridays, the last couple of years, and it's always been a good time. And I'm going to try to, just keep that up. And so the way this is sort of going to work is we're going to be on for realistically until people, stop asking questions.
We want until we lose our voices.
Yeah, which is potentially more likely. But no, I think last year we were on for like 4 or 5 hours. So not like. We would love for y'all to stay the whole time, but get your questions answered. That's the most important thing, and we'll just be here kind of on a revolving basis. So that's pretty much what we're doing this morning. We've got nearly the entire Explorers Life team helping out. Oh, actually, before we get going on that, let us know where you're tuning in from. I'm always curious to see how far these live streams sort of reach. My cameras need to go this way a little bit. There we go. Okay, so we got nearly the whole Explorers Life team helping out this morning in the chat, and then we're just going to kind of give everybody the rundown of who's doing what, because everybody's got their own different role and the ways that they can help you. So we've got Grace. What? Laughing at me. So Grace is on board. She's going to be sharing links to any videos, articles, products, anything like that we're going to be calling out. And so if there's like a product or a video or an article that you need help finding, you can just always mention her in the comment section and she'll be able to help you out with that. Chad is going to be primarily in charge of building carts during this live stream. For any of you looking to make purchases today and who need some help, obviously you can make your own cart, but Chad's going to be there if you need a little bit of extra guidance. The best way to get a hold of him is going to be to use the little chat bubble at shop.explorers.life. Down in the lower right-hand corner, I think it's a red chat bubble. We've got a little AI receptionist, if you will, that'll kind of ask some preliminary questions. But then you can always hit talk to a person, and that person will likely be Chad on the other side during this live stream. Morgan is going to be in charge of organizing questions in here in the chat so that Steph and I can answer those. Really nothing more to do here necessarily. Just ask your questions and then Morgan's going to handle the rest. Just a heads up though that we are prioritizing electrical system questions about things we sell in our store today. That way anybody looking to take advantage of our sales today can be sure to get those questions answered. So questions like over plumbing or EcoFlow or whatever other kind of random questions, we're probably not going to get to those today, most likely. But yeah. Just ask your questions. Morgan will handle the rest. Ira and Nicholas will be answering questions in the live chat on questions that require a short answer. Some of those low-hanging fruit questions that are pretty quick and simple. They're also going to be helping Grace out with sharing links to products and helping Chad out with building carts. So the sales. I know you've got some housekeeping stuff, but you want to talk about the sales before you do that?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so what we have on our sales, let me get this pulled up. Let me share my screen. And we have basically 3 different sales going on. So our main one that we have going on is our buy the component, get the wiring kit 25% off. So if you buy whatever main component is, that's at the normal sale price. So, there are everyday low prices on components. And then the wiring kits are going to be 25% off. So if you buy an Orion XS DC to DC charger, the associated wiring kit is 25% off. So that's like part 1 of the first sale. Part 2 of the first sale is you can do this as many times as you want. So if you buy a DC to DC charger, you're going to get 25% off the DC to DC charger wiring kit. If you buy a solar charge controller, you're going to get 25% off the solar charge controller wiring kit. And you can do this for an entire system. So basically you're buying all the components at their normal sale price, and then you're going to get 25% off of all of the wiring kits. So that's pretty much how that's working out. So you can also do that on our pre-designed kit. Pre-designed kits have a set dollar amount off for every pre-designed kit. Steph, would you give a little bit more insight onto that one?
Yeah, so that one's going to be $200 off of our Explore Mini $300 off of our Explore Lite, and $400 off of our Explore. And then in addition to that, we have $500 off of our pre-assembled power systems. So if you'll scroll down on that page just
Right
a little
here.
bit, right there. Yep. So those are pre-assembled, built by our team, and ready to ship to you.
Yep, shipped to your door. You don't have to buy any crimpers or anything like that. It's just basic hand tools, getting everything wired up and fastened to your van. This is a super cool thing. This is like pretty new, a pretty new offering. We didn't have this Black Friday last year, I don't think.
No, we did not.
Yeah, this is new. This is a super cool deal. The enclosure is built by Featherbuilt. They're out of Denver, one of our manufacturing partners at this point, and they have the plumbing enclosure that goes on the other side, as well as a wall kit kind of situation. But the electrical system is like what we're really trying to give some deals on today, so you can get that up and running. So the other sale that we have going on is our installation sale. And so our installation sale, that's going to be basically a lock-in kind of pricing deal. So, the price of copper is going up, the price of labor is going up. We're giving our team raises at the end of the year, all that kind of stuff. So in order to do that, we have to raise our prices on installations. And so that's going to happen January 1st. So just a standard annual price increase on that. But if you book your 2025 installation by our team in 2024, we're going to lock in your price. So you're not really getting a discount now necessarily, but future you is going to see that as a discount because you're paying 2024 prices for your 2025 installations. But if you really want to take advantage of that and sort of hack the system a little bit, you'll get your component and get your wiring kit 25% off, and also book your 2025 installation. And then you're really going to see, we haven't run the numbers on that yet, but that's probably the biggest way to save during this whole sale.
By far.
Is get in on that wiring kit sale and lock in your price for your 2025 installation. So we are booked up to the end of 2024 for installations, unfortunately, I guess. But yeah, we're booking for 2025. So we got spots open in the spring. So get on them. So those are the three main sales. Did I miss anything?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. You have anything else before we get started?
Yeah, just a couple of housekeeping items and frequently asked questions that I just want to run through before we jump into all of these questions. The first one is we do offer free shipping on orders over $200 to the continental U.S. If your order is below $200, we just have a flat rate $9.99 shipping. We do ship internationally. We get this question pretty often, but yes, we do ship internationally, everything except for batteries and solar panels. So if you're trying to order internationally and you're getting an error that says like no shipping options available, it's likely because you have either batteries or solar panels in your cart. The solar panel mounting brackets also cause that error. So if you've got the mounting brackets in there, that's another common one.
That's kind of goofy.
It is. It is what it is.
I think this is a pain point for you. I think I've heard you rant about it a couple times.
Yes. Yeah, as Nate mentioned, our sales are going on through 5:00 Mountain Time, Denver Mountain Time, on Monday, December 2nd. And no, we will not extend this if you miss it. So
I've got a whole folder full of too bad, so sad memes that I'm going to send you if you ask us to extend.
And he will. He has before.
I have before.
He has in the past.
Yep. This is your warning.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. If you need any assistance on your order, we'll be answering questions in our support ticketing system through the chat that Nate mentioned on our shop. We'll be available pretty much all weekend. Nate and I and the rest of the team are going to be are off and on throughout the weekend. So let us know your questions and we will help you get your order placed. That being said, we do recommend asking your questions before you order, please. It's a lot harder on our end to change your order after you've purchased it than it is to just get it right from the start. So we're happy to help you get the order correct. We would rather you get it correct from the get-go than have to change it after the fact. So don't hesitate to ask your questions. On that note, also, please be patient with us throughout the weekend and throughout this live as we are getting to all of these questions, and we are getting to all of the questions in our support ticketing. But just be patient with us. It is a holiday weekend. It is also a weekend, and it is very busy around here. We're trying to do as much as we can, but also, have a little bit of a weekend. And we got just a little bit of a rant. I had somebody on Wednesday, right before Thanksgiving, throw an absolute hissy fit because it took me 16 minutes to respond.
Oh my
to him.
goodness gracious! 16? Are you
minutes.
kidding me?
Goodness.
What are you doing?
I wasn't responding to only him. So please be patient with us. If you are not patient with us, we're probably not going to be very patient with you either.
Yeah, people have been kind of mean recently, and so I want to stop that trend. So practice some patience this weekend.
Yeah, we're all humans here.
Yeah. So I think that's pretty much that. So I just wanted to share the little chat bubble thing. So what we're talking about there is this little chat bubble down here in the bottom right hand corner. If you click on that, it's going to have a little send us a message thing, and you just click that, and then it's going to ask some preliminary questions. That way we can make sure it gets to the right team member. Which, in all honesty, pretty much that's going to be coming back to right now during the chat. It's coming to Chad, but over the weekend it'll come to me and Steph or Morgan if it's an installation question. So just kind of go through that, and there's always going to be an option to talk to a human. So that's always an option there. So. Now it's going to start dinging and beeping at me. Anyway. Okay. Well, I think that's pretty much it. Are you ready to jump into questions?
Yes, I think so. Are you ready to jump into questions?
Let's do it.
Okay. Cool. So the first couple ones, I copied and pasted exactly as they are. So, I haven't edited these, but, Mark asked, can the new Bluetooth charger be used to charge lithium batteries in my camper?
I saw that one. It was Bluetooth one. I'm not really familiar with what that is. If that's a Victron product, then pretty much every charger that Victron makes is every Victron charger that we carry in our store is capable of charging lithium batteries. Yes, we don't carry a charger at shop.explorers.life that's not capable of charging lithium batteries. So yeah.
Cool. The next question, what DC to DC charger do you recommend that converts 12 volt to 24 volts for a 270 amp alternator to 300 amp hour batteries?
Yeah, so going from 12 volt alternator to 24 volt battery bank, and we'll kind of slow these questions down a little more than we do on our normal monthly live stream, but I just kind of want to show you all how to navigate to this stuff when you're on the site too. So for that, that's a DC to DC charger. So we're going to go into shop, to components, to DC chargers, DC to DC chargers and converters. And then we're going to be looking for this Victron Orion 122415, and that's what you're going to want. That's pretty much the only DC to DC charger that Victron sort of sells at the moment. They've got a buck boost, but we don't carry that for several reasons. Mainly because that Victron doesn't really keep it in stock very well. So we don't like going out of stock on things, but this is what you're after. It's 12 volt input, 24 volt output, at a rate of 15 amps, which is 360 watts. This is equivalent to a 1230, just, it's going to put out 24 volts. There is, I feel like this question is a precursor for the, when is the new Orion XS 1224 50 coming out, or whatever it's going to be called. We don't know. So it's rumored to be coming out soon, but it has also been rumored to be coming out soon since 2022. Yeah, the summer of 2022, I think. So we've seen pictures of it. I know the other day at Met's Trade over in the Netherlands, Victron actually had the unit up on their like display board. So I think they've made one. So like that's progress. So, but when will it be out? I don't know. Keep an eye on our social media because we'll definitely make a big announcement because there's a lot of people waiting for that. We're waiting for that too. Like, yeah. So that's what you have available now is that Orion 12/24/15, and then the Orion XS, and the larger edition will come out later. So that's that.
Cool. How do you connect the DC to DC wires under the driver's seat I guess the question is I saw you connect the DC to DC wires under the driver's seat in a Transit. How do you connect them in a Sprinter?
So in a Sprinter, maybe Grace can drop the link to the Sprinter build that we released back in 2021.
Yes.
And there's a bus bar underneath the seat. It's underneath a bunch of electrical components, but it's not too hard to get to. Honestly, getting the seat off is more labor intensive, and then underneath that's just a bunch of small screws that don't drop basically. But yeah, if you'll watch that video has the Sprinter underseat DC to DC charging methods in there, like probably 3/4 of the way through. Yep.
Cool. What is the difference between the Serbo GX models? So we've got the Serbo GX, the Serbo GX Mark II, and there's another one.
The Serbo
GXS.
GXS.
Yes.
So basically they're very small differences. Steph, which ones do we carry?
The Serbo GX and the Serbo GX Mark II.
How familiar are you with the differences?
The main difference with the Serbo GX and the Mark II is the number of ports. And I believe it's specifically the number of VE Direct ports on the MK2. Chad and I have gone through this so many times. We have
it's
a
hard
spreadsheet for it, and
it's hard to keep them straight sometimes. And let's see. So the Serbo GX and the Serbo GX Mark II, I think it's number of ports, but I also think it has the GX Mark II has a isolated CAN bus communication port.
Yes.
So you can basically, I'm quite sure that you can run two different CAN bus circuits from the same Serbo GX. That's pretty rare. In any of our system designs, you don't really need that functionality. So it's sort of one of those things where it's like, is it, necessary? Probably not. But I mean, if you know it's necessary, then that's the direction to go. But if you're like, well, I don't really even know what CAN bus is, it's probably not something you need. The other thing is, so the Serbo GXS, we don't even carry that one. That one is a just less powerful Serbo GX. That was a stopgap back whenever there was like this worldwide chip shortage, shortly after the pandemic shutdowns and supply chain issues and all that kind of stuff. Basically, Victron couldn't get the computer chips they needed to make the full-fledged Serbo GX, and so they put in a slightly less powerful computer chip and put out and released a slightly less powerful Serbo GX, which was the Serbo GXS. And yeah, we just don't carry that just because it's like, the regular Serbo GX it exists in full production at this point. So,
and it's a much better option.
Yeah, that was just a stopgap.
Okay. Is there a formula for sizing fuses for my Victron equipment?
There is, to a degree. And also your equipment user manual usually recommends a fuse size. But with our wiring kit sales going on today, you ought to check this out. So if you go to shop, and so shop.explorers.life, and then individual wiring kits, component wiring kits, this is our section for wiring kits that includes fuses. So for example, if you are wiring, let's say, I don't know, let's choose 12 volt DC fuse panel. You click on the 12 volt DC fuse panel, and that's going to give you all of the wiring plus the fuse that's required to wire your 12 volt fuse panel to your Lynx distributor. And that's how all of our kits work. We include the fuses for you. Like, we have videos out that teach you the formulas and stuff like that. And I think the education is important in that regard to learn how fuses are sized. But I think it's just easier if you just go to our wiring kits and our component wiring kits, and we include the proper sizes of fuses for you. So, if you have a list of components that you're trying to size your Victron, if you have a bunch of like Victron components, and you're trying to get all those wired up properly with the proper wire size, with the proper fuse size, because the fuse size depends a lot on the wire size. So, our wiring kits include the proper wire sizes and the proper fuse sizes. So, if you need some help with that, some guidance, hit up that little chat bubble in the bottom right, and we can get you pointed in the right direction on the kits that you need to wire all those components together. The wiring kits are 25% off this weekend only if you buy the component at sale price. It's regular sale price.
Okay. JC asked, I've watched several YouTube videos on DC to DC chargers destroying a vehicle's alternator. What is your experience and suggestions? Should I hook to the battery or directly to the alternator?
You're always going to hook it directly to the starting battery. We have all kinds of tutorials on our YouTube channel. No fewer than 6 complete start to finish installations, and they all show DC to DC charging, and you're connecting to the starting battery in 99% of them. The other ones you're connecting to some kind of vehicle distribution. So as far as like destroying an alternator, as long as you size your DC to DC charger to be, appropriate, it's going to be fine. The rule of thumb there is to keep your DC to DC charger at less than 50% of your alternator's rated output capacity. So if you've got a 200 amp alternator, keep your DC to DC charger less than 100 amps, or, that's like the 50 amp Orion XS DC to DC charger. You could do 2 of those on a 100 amp alternator and going to be fine. The problem with destroying an alternator, that's really not much of a thing with DC to DC chargers, just because most modern alternators, are a couple hundred amps, and the biggest DC to DC charger that we carry in our store is only 50 amps. So that's usually not a problem. With isolators, that could be a problem because it's not limiting any kind of amperage, and it can just be asking for a ton of power from the alternator. So that's why you don't see that's why you don't even see isolators in our store. You only see DC to DC chargers.
Cool. Charles asked, is the max voltage input on Victron solar charge controllers based on the VMP or VOC?
Ooh, that's a good question. So what he's talking about here is the max voltage of the charge controller itself is the max voltage that the charge controller will ever see, and that is going to be its volts open circuit. So the volts open circuit is basically the voltage of the solar array before the solar array starts producing any kind of power. It only really does that, like first thing in the morning, basically, like before the charge controller kicks on, more or less. But that is what that is. And also remember that that's a temperature thing, because as a solar panel gets colder, it's going to put out more volts. So our charge controller calculator actually accommodates for that. So if you go to our shop and then you go to resources, calculators, solar charge controller calculator, and you put in your information here. So see, that's VOC, that's volts open circuit. Then, that's going to give you the information down here and down here in the bottom about what charge controllers are recommended. So what I was talking about with the voltage climbing, I've got an easy mode set up in here that I sort of made based on, about 50 different panels. And I took an average of how much temperature affects the voltage, and the voltage of a solar array that has a VOC of 24. If it's negative 40 degrees out, and I chose negative 40 because it's the same in Fahrenheit and Celsius, it's going to be 30 volts. So it's significant. I mean, it could definitely mess up your charge controller if you had like 4 of these panels in series where it's sort of like climbed. But yeah, so that's basically the way. So yeah, check out our solar charge controller calculator and plug in your numbers. I think everything's labeled pretty well to help you determine which numbers to put where, and then it's going to give you the proper charge controller options down here at the bottom. But I also do think it's worth checking out is our, let's go here to shop and then to wiring kits. Oh no, where's our solar wiring kits?
Under component wiring kits.
Components, oops.
No, wiring kits. Component wiring. Oh, no. Solar charge controller? Is that what you're looking for?
No, the full solar. Oh, here it is.
Oh, it's solar array bundles.
Solar. We changed our menu thing, and it's actually better now. We changed what our menu stuff's in our menus are called. It's better now. It makes more sense, but it's not muscle memory for me anymore. But anyway, if you go there to our solar bundles, we've got a whole bunch of pre-assembled solar packages here that you sort of don't need to do any math for. You just, if you need 700 watts of solar, you can do this, check out, be good to go. And they all include all the wiring, all the connectors, the solar panels, the charge controller, all that kind of stuff. And everything's filterable over here by solar panel size, as well as battery bank voltage. And remember, these are on sale this weekend. If you buy the solar charge controller, all the wiring kits for this are 25% off.
Cool. I'm gonna read this one. I don't quite understand this question, but perhaps you do. I replaced the starting batteries on my trawler with lithium. I can't afford to buy isolators right now, and the generator will charge the batteries. Will I hurt my engine alternators if I disconnect them?
Your alternator has to be connected to a battery. Yes. Yeah, your alternator has to be connected to a battery, otherwise it does risk damage. Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Great. I'm glad you understood that question. I
think that's what was being asked.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I need more coffee. I'm struggling. Marlon asked, I have a Serbo GX on my towable camper. Want to add fresh black and gray tank monitoring. Do I have to use aftermarket tank sensors that give a constant reading, or can I use the OEM one that is low, medium, and high reading? Also, how many channels can I use for tank reading?
I think natively there's 4 tank channels on the Serbo GX. You may just check out your Serbo GX data sheet because that'll have that listed, but I'm pretty sure it's 4. But as far as like which ones you can use, honestly, check out the Serbo GX tank monitoring section of the app, and it gives some fantastic information. Wait, the manual, the user manual. That's what I meant to say. The user manual of the Serbo GX. It has a fantastic section on tank level sensors. Because depending on which kind you have and which kind you're using, you may be able to just use right into the Serbo GX, like, the float valve or the float sensor that just plugs right into the Serbo GX. We have a video covering installation of those on the YouTube channel. Grace, that might be under the transit plumbing one. No, that wasn't. We made a dedicated video over that. Yeah. So we made a dedicated video over that. So maybe Grace can link that one. The other types where, like the level gets to a certain point and then it sends the signal. It gets to the next point and sends the signal. It gets to the next point and sends the signal. That also works, but that one might require an extra little dongle kind of situation. But all of that information is in the the user manual for the Servo GX. So check that out. I don't have all that stuff memorized just off the top of my head, so I'd have to look into it too. If you get stuck and you've purchased your Servo GX from us and need some support, hit up shop.explorers.life/support and we can get you pointed in the right direction. If you've purchased elsewhere, reach out to whom you've purchased from, and they should be more than happy to help.
Cool. Ray asked if you're doing two 12-volt batteries for a 24-volt, is it better to run two 12-volt chargers instead of a 12 to 24-volt charger?
Nope, absolutely not. So if you have a 24-volt battery bank, you need to treat it as a 24-volt battery bank. All your chargers have to be 24-volt, everything like that. The only time you're going to run 12-volt to individual batteries in that kind of situation is through like a battery balancer, which most batteries don't need. It starts to get complicated, and just basically don't do that. Yeah, if you got two 12-volt batteries that you're wired in series to form a 24-volt battery bank, you'll just want to use 24-volt chargers for all of that. Yeah.
Cool. This is actually kind of a similar question, I believe. Installing a 48-volt system, I think I need two 48 to 12-volt converters to support my 12-volt loads. Could these be split to support two separate 12-volt panels, or should they be connected in parallel to increase amps?
That's a good question, and you could go either way with that. I don't think I have a big preference on that. So, we don't carry, I don't think we even carry a 48 to 12-volt converter, so I'm not even going to look for it. No, we don't carry that right now, do we?
I could be wrong on that one, actually.
Yeah, I don't think we carry that because we haven't really released any 48-volt systems that you would be connecting a 12-volt fuse block for. We have 48-volt systems, but they utilize the fifth wheels built-in converter to power all the 12-volt loads. So if that's what you're building, hit us up down in the chat bubble, and we can give you some personalized guidance. But otherwise, to answer your specific question, it doesn't really matter, because if you did like a 48-volt to 12-volt converter for one panel and then an additional one to the other panel, that's fine. You can do that. Or if you did, them in parallel, I think that sort of is harder to wire. So I would probably do, links distributor to converter to fuse panel, and then copy paste that as many fuse panels as you want to have. I think that's probably the best way to go about that. Yeah, maybe. We don't have any kits with that, so my answer was kind of convoluted. Yeah. So yeah, but if you're trying to buy that stuff from us, hit up the chat support bubble down in the lower right corner at shop.explorers.life, and we can see what we can figure out, put together, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep, cool. Danny asked, I have a 30 amp travel trailer. Twice I connected to a 50 amp power post at an RV park using a dog bone adapter. The MultiPlus 3000 set to 20 amps. Both times I got some melting at the RV plug end of the 30 amp cord. Yeah,
don't do that. Don't connect your 30 amp trailer to a 50 amp shore power, because even under best case scenario, even if I'm not sure about your shore power input current limit, that's kind of weird, but because it should limit that current, but you shouldn't connect to a 50 amp shore power pedestal, because you need that thermal breaker that's in the breaker box to protect your shore power wire. We shouldn't rely on the software of the MultiPlus to limit that. That should be sort of like you're requesting the MultiPlus not draw that much power. But, if you've got 10 gauge wire connected to 50 amp shore power, if that software doesn't do what it's asked to do, or there's a different parameter that's messed up, there's no breaker or any kind of overcurrent protection in place to do that. So if you've got a 30 amp travel trailer, always connect to 30 amp shore power or 15 amp shore power. Don't ever connect to 50 amp shore power, because then you lose the overcurrent protection of the breaker that's in the breaker box, because then you're protecting that 10 gauge wire with a 50 amp breaker, which is far too big. Yep. So just go ahead and connect into 30 amp shore power. You're gonna have to replace those melted parts though. That's pretty much where that is.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
Okay. Good to know.
Yep.
Let's see. Mike asked, question about DC to DC chargers, MCI coach with 24 volt system and a 24 volt house system with 600 amp hours of batteries. I'm wondering what's the difference between isolated and non-isolated, and which would be best?
There was a lot of numbers at the front end of that. Is this a question on DC to DC chargers?
DC to DC charging, yeah, specifically on 24 volt systems.
Basically, it doesn't matter. Isolated versus non-isolated. Well, I will say it does matter, because all we sell in shop.explorers.life is the isolated versions of the 24 or the 12 to 24 chargers. So yeah, go with the isolated, because that's what we have at shop.explorers.life. So if you go to up here to shop and then to components, DC to DC chargers, the only non-isolated charger we have is the Orion XS. That's a non-isolated version, but that's the only version that comes in. Otherwise, we've got these isolated versions for 12 to 12 volt charging, and then 12 volt to 24 volt charging at 15 amps. So that's what you're looking for right there, the Orion TR Smart 12, 24, 15. So that's what you're after there. This weekend only at shop.explorers.life, we are running a huge sale on our wiring kits. Buy any component at our regular sale price and get the wiring kit for 25% off. So why choose an Explorers Life wiring kit? Well, it's simple. We've done the work for you. Each kit is tested in-house by yours truly. We've sourced the wires, tested the fit, and ensured every lug, ferrule, and connection fits perfectly. No guesswork, no surprises. Just a component with a perfectly matched wiring kit. And here's the best part. Our wiring kits are normally priced to match what you'd spend piecing them together yourself on Amazon, but with this weekend sale, you'll save an additional 25%, making our prices unbeatable. We've got kits for every major electrical system component. Visit shop.explorers.life and navigate to the component wiring kits section and grab your kit while it's still on sale. What's next?
All right. Next question from Kevin is, if we purchase a pre-made package during the Black Friday sale and a component or two is not in stock, do we still get the pricing? And the answer to that is yes. But my question to you would be, what are you seeing that's not in stock? I'm pretty sure Chad has been working really hard on making sure that we have everything in stock. So if there's something that's showing not in stock, would you just let me know?
Yeah.
And we'll take a look into that. But the answer to your question is yes, we'll still honor that pricing, and it'll just be back ordered.
Yeah. So you'll buy it during the sale, and then it would just be back ordered. But yeah, if something is out of stock, let us know and we can look into it, because I don't think we have anything out of stock at the moment.
I think I just realized though it's probably some things that we drop ship that we don't warehouse in our warehouse, so that could be it. But yes, that pricing is still good.
Yep. Cool.
Let's see. The next question is, what is the best way to achieve 100? I'm sorry. What is the best way to achieve 150 amps of alternator charging today? I don't know why I'm struggling so bad with 150
amps.
Alternator charging advisable if you have a high output alternator. Is an idle increase necessary to achieve this? Yeah, I'm interested in this answer as well, because I had somebody in the support inbox this morning
They wanted 3.
that was wanting 3 50 amp Orion XSs. So
Yeah. So, on paper, you could do it just fine. If you could do 150 amps worth of DC to DC chargers, given you had a 300 amp or larger alternator, which those definitely exist. But the sort of problem there is wiring 3 DC to DC chargers just sort of gets kind of cumbersome from a like an actual physical wiring standpoint. We could do it. Like we've got a dual Orion XS wiring kit that could wire 2 of them, and then you could add on a single Orion XS wiring kit with another Orion XS onto that. You know, that would be an option for wiring 3 of them, but I think Steph is smiling because she knows like how long that would take you to wire.
No, I was smiling because Grace just sent me a gift.
Oh, so I think
She's making me laugh while I'm on live.
so I mean, it's just going to get kind of cumbersome to like wire all that together to get that kind of alternator output. But I think my question would be, it sounds like you might be adding an alternator, and if you're adding an alternator and you're adding a high output dedicated secondary alternator, you know, those have external regulators like the wake speed regulator that, you know, you don't use a DC to DC charger with. You know, the alternator is controlled by the wake speed regulator, and then its output and output amperage and voltage is regulated by that regulator. And so you don't even use a DC to DC charger. Now, if you just have a high output single alternator, then yeah, you could probably do 3 Orions. So yeah, basically, if that's the direction you're actually trying to go and you're having trouble finding the dual Orion wiring kit and a single Orion wiring kit and all 3 Orions, let us know down in this shop or in the chat bubble in the bottom right of the shop, and we can get all that. We can build you out a cart for that, because that's kind of a unique standpoint that I don't think we've ever come across. So
Cool. I'm in the process of installing my solar panels, and either the positive or negative cable will need to be an extra 10 feet longer than the other. Does it matter that they won't be the same length?
that doesn't matter at all. No. Super quick answer there.
Easy peasy. Okay, this question is actually from Instagram. Why would I need a multi-plus 2 over a multi-plus? I have 3... Sorry, there's a lot of numbers here. 3 48-volt, 100 amp hour batteries going into a school bus. But ultimately, the question is multi-plus 2 over a multi-plus.
So multi-plus, it's basically just like its physical dimensions. That's the main difference between them. So multi-plus 2 is just the newer version. They totally reworked it, so it's a little like thinner, but it's also a fair amount taller. So
yeah, we call the regular multi-plus, we call that the chunky here, because it's short and squatty versus the tall and thinner multi-plus 2.
yeah, exactly.
That's pretty much all. Okay. Do you get good functions from the Serbo GX with just the Victron app on a phone without the display? I hope to be able to add the display in the future.
This is a great question, and one we've
gotten this several times over the last couple weeks.
times. So the thing with the Serbo GX, the Serbo GX is like this, this brain for your electrical system. It's totally optional. Like in most cases, you don't have to have it, but it gives you a nice display screen that you can put on the wall and have everything touch screen, wall mounted, with a nice little interface. If you don't want the touch screen, then don't buy the Serbo, because everything is Bluetooth to your phone through the Victron Connect app. The Serbo GX to phone interface, it's not that great. Because that's not like what it's made for. Right. It has. I mean, you can connect via the Serbo local Wi-Fi and view that data. But then if you're doing that, then you lose Wi-Fi functionality on your phone, and you can't use the internet except to connect to the Serbo GX, and it's just like kind of clunky. And so if you want the Serbo GX now, if you want to go ahead and install that, that's fine. Just know that realistically, you're not going to get the good functionality from the screen at that. So, just go ahead and plan to buy the Serbo GX and the screen all at the same time. It's just going to be better, be nicer. Yeah, and if you don't want if you can live without the touch screen, maybe opt out of the Serbo GX altogether. So.
Cool. This is actually another Servo GX question. Have you seen issues with the Servo GX not being able to connect to Wi-Fi? Mine did for a while, but now reports very low signal strength from every hotspot, including the Peplink router that's 6 feet away.
I have seen that. Pretty rare. It could be something wrong with the antennas of the Servo. That kind of situation. That's honestly probably just going to be the start of a potential warranty claim. So, if we've sold you that, reach out at shop.explorers.life /support, and we'll look into that a little bit further and see. Because, you should definitely have Wi-Fi further than 6 feet away.
Yes.
That should not be an issue. So just reach out, shop.explorers.life /support if we've sold you that, and we can get that warranty process started. A couple questions there. If you purchased it elsewhere, reach out to whom you've purchased it from, and they should be more than happy to get that process started as well.
Awesome. Kim asked, I have a Ford Super Duty with 2 alternators and 2 batteries. When I add the DC to DC charging, should I favor or connect to one battery over the other?
No, not really. You can just sort of pick whichever one makes more sense. Check your Super Duty user manual and see if one battery is sort of a like a more priority battery over the others. Most of the time they're not. But if the sort of my rule of thumb there is, if the user manual for your truck recommends jump starting to or from a specific battery, use that battery for DC to DC charging, as it's probably the first one that's being wired to, usually. So that's what I would say. So that's usually pretty simple. Jump starting, wire to that battery. Otherwise, it probably doesn't matter.
Cool. Okay, so there's a lot of numbers in this one.
Okay, I'm paying attention.
Okay. I'm running 600 watts of solar, 2 series, 3 parallel with partial shading, 45 volts at 16 amps. Would it be better to run 3 series and 2 parallel for 67 volts at 5.25 amps? 40 amp MPPT charge controller.
Usually the higher the voltage, the better the charging is going to be, whatever that ended up being. I tried to pay attention to the numbers, but...
Yeah, so that'd be the 3 series, 2 parallel.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool. Anything else to add to that one?
No, I don't think so.
Perfect. Kurt asked, do we need a Victron shunt when running Epoch batteries with our kits?
So I recommend yes. I don't have any personal experience with those batteries necessarily. But we've kind of heard reports of the, sort of the state of charge. Like the shunt just works so good. It's so repeatable. And, we know exactly how to program it, and, we have years of experience with it, and basically we can just guarantee its functionality. Let's say those batteries, if sort of the Bluetooth functionality doesn't work quite as well as you hoped it would, or whatever the case is, or the interface isn't quite as nice or whatever, then we always have that shunt to kind of fall back on. And that's what I'm always going to reference back to for any kind of like troubleshooting or anything like that. Plus, the shunt can also the Victron shunt can also communicate with the other Victron chargers in the system via the VE Smart Network, and that's not something that you can get from a battery. So I think as of right now, I recommend a shunt in every single system. There's really not a system that I recommend omitting the shunt. So that's basically that. Okay.
Derek asked, I'm having a 2024 Transit built at Ford with EcoBoost and the option of two 250 amp alternators. I will also have 400 watts of solar and shore power. Do I need that extra alternator?
That's what we have in our Transit. Knowing what I know now about how that whole system works together, I would not add the second alternator. And the reason is because the kit. So the reason is if you do a single DC to DC charger from either a single or a double alternator output, like you're only going to get 50 amps of charging, which a single 250 amp alternator is going to supply plenty of power to supply that 200 or that 50 amp DC to DC charger. If you have two of them, then that's just, you're sort of like not really using that second alternator. But for the sake of flexibility, if you wanted a dedicated alternator, like a Nations alternator or something like that, it's easier to add an alternator than it is to replace that secondary alternator. I went back and forth with both Ford and Nations trying to get some information on if I replace the secondary alternator on our Transit, if we would have to go to Ford and have the ECU reflashed. I couldn't get a straight answer. So, that's sort of what you run into. And if you're just adding a secondary alternator, that's totally independent of the Ford ECU. So it's a lot easier like that. So for the sake of flexibility, I wouldn't even add the second alternator if I were to do it all over again. So either way is going to be able to power a DC to DC charger, but you've got a lot more flexibility if you only have one alternator for dedicated alternator charging via a secondary alternator if you wanted to go that route. So it kind of doesn't matter, but I'd probably just do one if I was to do it all over again.
Makes sense. Cool. Chris asked, I'm getting a new trailer that has generator prep. Can I use that to set up solar?
I would guess it probably doesn't. Those probably aren't the same thing. Generator is 120 volt AC and solar is DC power. So, that probably doesn't really matter too much in our, sake of things. So if you're trying to get in on a wiring kit for that, shoot us a message over at shop.explorers.life and use that little chat bubble in the bottom right, and we can make sure we get you in the right electrical system that'll sort of accommodate that generator prep. But that's likely not where you connect solar.
Yep.
And we can take a little closer look in on that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Okay. Do I need a small... That's not what that says. Do I need a smart battery protect on the charging side between MPPTs or buck boosts and batteries? Victron's DVCC should manage the disconnects if necessary.
Yeah. So if you're using our system designs, battery protects are not necessary, which is why you don't see smart battery protects in any of our systems. That said, we also as of today, we don't use Victron batteries because they do require, smart battery protects and an external BMS and stuff like that. So if that's what you're talking about, if that's what you have, then yeah, you will need smart battery protects in various locations in your system, as well as utilizing DVCC. But that's sort of an advanced thing that, we don't, at this point in time, we don't sell Victron batteries on our site because of that sort of complex setup. So, if you're trying to set up a system, if you're in the planning stages, perhaps consider not going that route and instead going a route where you're using a battery with a built-in BMS, like Battle-Born batteries or similar, and then you don't even have to worry about the smart battery protect nor DVCC.
Yep.
Yep.
Cool. Doug asked, is it best to have the DC to DC charger closer to the alternator or closer to the battery?
That's a great question. And the answer to that is it has to be as close to the house battery as possible. So as far away from the alternator as possible. And the reason is your batteries, your house batteries, they need to charge at a very specific voltage. And if you put that charger closer to the alternator, then there may be voltage drop on the output side of the charger. And so your charger may be putting out 14.4 volts. But, if your house batteries are, 50, 60, 70 feet away, whatever the case is, whatever in the world size of motorhome you have, there could be voltage drop on that side and a 14.4 volt output from the charger. It could be hitting the batteries at, let's call it 13.8 volts, and the batteries would never be charged to 100% full. So in short, they need to be as close to the house battery as possible.
Yeah. Now that being said, I'm sorry if you already said this, but the breaker for that, or the fuse for that, needs to be as close to the starting battery.
Yeah, correct.
Possible.
Yeah. Fuses are always on the battery side of the circuit of the wire. Yep, exactly.
The power supplying side. Yeah. Joshua asked, which camper van kit do you recommend for the Ram ProMaster? And I can go ahead and take this one. That
Perfect.
would be...
I'll navigate the site if you'll...
Yeah, perfect. And I believe Nicholas actually also already answered this in the chat. I just realized that. But that would be either our Explore Lite or Explore Bundle. If you navigate to shop by application, and camper van, you can go to either our pre-designed kits, our customizable kits, or even our pre-assembled electrical systems. We have all of those 3 options for Ram ProMasters. Now, for the pre-assembled, if you're looking for the pre-assembled ones where we build the system and send it to you in the Featherbuilt enclosure, for Ram ProMaster, if you'll just shoot us a message for that, because those dimensions are just slightly different, and I have not gotten those onto the shop just yet, but we do have the option for that.
Yep. And it's the same price. So, the difference
is...
Same
price, it's just a different form factor, so that it fits in the ProMaster.
Yep. And, the thing with these 3 different kits here is the Explorer Lite is built around a multi-plus 2 kVA inverter charger with 200 amp hours of battery bank capacity. The Explorer is the 400 amp hours of batteries with the multi-plus 3 kVA inverter charger, and the Explorer Plus is the same thing, just with 600 amp hours of battery capacity. So 200 amp hours, 400 amp hours, 600 amp hours, 2 kVA, 3 kVA, and 3 kVA. 5 kVA gets really heavy and bulky, and it doesn't fit. And that's realistically too big for most camper vans.
Yeah, generally. We do have a kit for a customizable kit for a 5 kVA system for a van. But in general, we typically don't recommend that. As Nate said, it's usually too big, and also overpowered for what generally is needed in a van now.
And you also need 800 amp hours of battery bank capacity for something like that.
Yeah, quite large. So to answer your question, the Explore Lite or the Explore.
Yeah, and if you're wanting something that's not like pre-assembled like this, you can go to shop by application, camper van, and then go to customizable electrical systems, and then you can sort of like customize, pick and choose whatever size of system you want. Remember, it's 200, 400, 600 amp hours with the multi-plus 2K, 3K, and actually this one is...
That's the 5K.
This is the 5K.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you got all kinds of options in there. So hit us up at the little chat bubble down here if you need some help building out a card or some of those specifics and stuff like that. We can get you in this weekend. That way you can take advantage of our sales going on. Want an Explorers Life electrical system, but don't want to do it yourself and don't want to drive to us for installation? Boy, oh boy, do I have a deal for you. Let us install your electrical system into a custom-designed Featherbuilt enclosure, and we will ship it pre-assembled and pre-programmed, ready for you to make the final connections in your van. This weekend only, save $500 on any of our pre-assembled systems and have it on your doorstep in 4 to 6 weeks. Available now at shop.explorers.life. And we're back.
And we're back. Alrighty. Katie asked, we have a large Battleborn battery bank attached to our Multiplus 2 and are wintering at a campground that charges for power. We like using the power assist function on the Multiplus 2. We only seem to be able to limit our incoming power on L1. Is there a way to limit the incoming power on both L1 and L2?
That's an interesting question. I'm not really sure because I was definitely under the assumption that it's going to limit it on either one. There might be something weird going on there. That might be something we have to take a closer look at because that doesn't sound right. If you've purchased that Multiplus from us, hit us up at shop.explorers.life/support and we'll take a closer look and make sure everything's programmed right and everything like that. So, yeah. If it's been purchased elsewhere, reach out to whom you've purchased from. They should be able to look into that for you.
Yeah, cool. Dale asked, how many Rich Solar 100-watt panels can I put on top max? I bought 8 from you, but I realize I have room for 2 more. Victron Multiplus 12 3K and MPPT 15070. So how many 100-watt panels can he attach to the 15070? Is the question.
Yeah, so let's see here. Calculator.
Quick math on that.
So that's a 12-volt battery bank. So, wait, what was it? 15070?
15070, yes.
So 70 amps times 14.5 volts. You okay? Do I need to come do the Heisman maneuver on you? 1,015 watts. So you can fit up to 1,015 watts on the.
So 10 of those.
Yeah.
100-watt panels.
So 10 of those, but let's see. I think that would work. Reach out at shop.explorers.life/support and we could look into that because we'll have to rerun the numbers on the voltage and make sure you're not exceeding the voltage of the charge controller.
Of the charge controller, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if they're 100-watt panels he purchased from us, we know which ones they are. We can just run those.
Yeah, because it's the Rich Solar one. Rich Solar.
So shop.explorers.life, calculators, solar charge controller calculator. I think they're already pre-programmed. So these are for the Rich Solar panels that we have. 12-volt battery bank, 5 panels in series, 2 panels in parallel. Easy mode here. So, that's going to be a really close one. And the reason for that is the temperature compensated array voltage is going to be 152 volts. 152 volts, so just barely over 150 volts for the 15070. So we can jump into the exact mode, the temperature coefficient. That's for the Rich Solar panels. I'm fine with it. Yes, I'm fine with all 10 of those panels in series parallel because if you sort of start really getting into the nitty gritty with the temperature coefficients and everything like that, the easy mode, remember, is just an average. That's an average I've taken. The exact mode is an actual calculation. So temperature coefficient of negative 0.28 with negative 40 temperature. That's putting the temperature compensated array voltage at 144. So I don't suspect any kind of problems with that. So you have my you have my blessing to to move forward with that. Yes. So.
Okay, awesome. Colin asked, how do you determine the rating for the main battery disconnect?
So that's just going to be how much power is going into or out of your battery bank at any given time. So, how many amps through your system design, is going to be flowing across that switch is realistically how you power that. If you've got 2,000 watts, if you've got 250 amps worth of power that's going to be drawn from the batteries by the inverter or something, you're going to want to size that switch to handle those 250 amps. So switch needs to be able to handle at least 250 amps continuously. that's how you do that. The other alternative and potentially the better way to do that is head on over to shop.explorers.life and check out some of our complete kits because we've already done the math for you, and all of our system designs include the proper size of switch, proper fuses, proper wires, all that kind of stuff. So there's no guesswork about it. If you navigate over to the wiring kits and then build your own, and then camper van, click into one of them. We'll take the Explorer, for example. I think everybody's on our site, so it's a little slow. And also we're streaming, which also slows down my internet on this side. So by the time you start to make your selections here, let's see here. Links distributor wiring kit. Is that in this section, Steph, or is it in monitoring?
It's under monitoring.
So we're going to program for batteries here, which will allow us to go to the next step. And then from here, the links distributor wiring kit is right here, and this includes the proper switch size in it. So you don't really have to figure that out on your own. It's figured out for you. So that's probably the better way to do that if myself.
Yes, indeed. Mike asked, does Victron make a 24-volt DC to DC charger?
They do, yes. They most definitely do. And I know this is a repeat question from earlier, but we're going to have some repeat questions because we're going to be on for multiple hours, and so that's okay. So we, for the 24-volt DC-DC charger, we're going to go to shop, and we're going to go to components, and then DC to DC chargers and converters. And the currently available 24-volt DC to DC charger is the Orion TR Smart 122415. That's 12-volt input from a 12-volt alternator, and then 24-volt output to a 24-volt battery bank. That's a rate of 15 amps, which is about 350 watts. So that's what's currently available at the moment. Yep.
Cool. This question, any advantages in using the Econo GX over the Serbo GX? And Nicholas did already answer this in the chat, but I just wanted to just call out that, if our team is answering the questions in the chat, we're probably going to skip over those questions unless we feel like we need to add something to it. But ultimately, if you feel like your question got skipped over, it's probably because somebody answered it in the chat, and Nicholas and Ira are very on top of this, so I am trying to keep up with who has answered what. Okay, so that being said, moving on to the next question. Jason asked, if I have two multi+2 24-volt 3K 2X120s in parallel, what would be a good approach to charge the batteries with a 15 amp mooch docking cord? In parallel, the minimum amp input is 18.5 to 19 amps.
Would you just read that whole thing one more time for me?
Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of numbers in that one.
I'm going to read your lips too. I can focus in here.
All right. If I have two multi+2 24-volt 3Ks, 2X120s in parallel, what would be a good approach to charge the batteries with a 15 amp cord?
Oh, so this question is in regards to not being able to lower the shore power input current limit.
Correct.
Down to that. That's a good question. I've never really thought about using a secondary charger for something like that. In that situation, I would try a couple other things before you sort of went the route of a secondary charger. I may even try to turn one of the units off and see if the other one will charge. Sometimes it will, sometimes it won't. But that's something that's worth giving a shot, especially if they're wired in parallel. Because if you have only one, then it should be programmed to where the other one can be turned off, and then you're just you're basically just operating off that one, but you're still going to have that shore power pass through. So I think that would be the first thing I would try. Just try to turn your second multi-plus off, and if it's been programmed like it should be. Now, I've never tested this firsthand. This is like one of those on paper versus real life things. If you turn your secondary inverter off, your first one should continue to function, and provide that power. So I think I would give that a shot before I tried a secondary charger. But yeah, I mean, if you ended up like trying a secondary charger, I mean, I don't know how worth it that would be, because that would be such a small charging amperage and you're going to have such a large battery bank. I just don't know how much impact a secondary charger would sort of make. I'm sure that you've got all kinds of solar on your roof if you've got a system that's that large, which is going to ultimately charge faster than, you know, a really small like IP67 15 amp charger or something like that. So a couple different options there. If we've sold you that equipment and you want some options and want us to look into that further, reach out at shop.explorers.life/support. And we can see what we can figure out together.
Cool. Philip asked, how new are the, nope, that's not what that says. How are the new Battleborn batteries?
I haven't had any firsthand experience with them. We will be testing those early next year. So whenever we shoot when we shoot the batteries section of the upcoming academy, we'll be getting some of the new Battleborn, what do they call them? Intelligence.
Intelligence.
They're smart batteries with the communication hub and the Bluetooth and stuff like that. I mean, I see no reason why they're not going to be, you know, awesome. They don't, you know, for better or for worse, Battleborn's pretty slow to roll out new things, which means that they've been working on this for a long time. They've been pushing this release date back. So if they've been pushing the release date back and back and back, you know, whatever they've released, I'm sure is going to be absolutely great. You know, I don't think they like releasing things before things are ready.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, basically. So I don't have firsthand experience, but I'm sure it's going to be nothing but good. But yes, you will see those on our channel sometime next year.
Cool. Kirk asked, currently powering my BMV 712. After the shutoff, should I move it to the battery side so it doesn't reset?
I don't have a strong opinion of that. You know, if you have it on the battery side of the shutoff, you know, then if you have your BMV 712 power on the battery side of the shutoff, then your BMV is always going to be on and it's always going to be giving you an accurate state of charge. The downside to that is you can never turn off your system fully and entirely because it will be drawing just a little bit of power. So that kind of is, you know, kind of a pain from if you put it into storage or if you drain the batteries and a couple different things. But if you put the power wire on the other side of the switch, then every time you turn your master battery switch off and then back on, the shunt is going to lose its state of charge, and it's not going to know how full or empty the batteries are. But that's only like until the batteries go through a full charging cycle. So the next time it sits out in the sun for a full day, or the next time it's connected to shore power for 8 or 10 hours or something like that, then it's going to reset. So basically you could do either way. Each one has its own specific pro and con, but neither is like super detrimental kind of situation. I don't have a preferred. I actually do. I think I have a preferred preference for it to be on the switched side. So on the non-battery side. That's how all of our tutorials have them set up.
Yep. Cool. When calculating the fuse size for an inverter, do you base the size on the surge watts of the inverter?
No. Basically, no. It's going to be the continuous kind of situation. So, yeah. Because, you know, the surge is going to last not very long at all. And, you know, your wires are sized for the continuous output, generally speaking. You know, with Victron inverters and the wiring kits that we have in our store where we've pre-sized the wires for you so you kind of don't have to do the math, wink. You know, the fuse size and the wire size comes from the Victron user manual. It's pretty cut and dry as far as that goes. So,
yep.
Yeah, not much to that.
Yep, perfect. Next question. I'm looking for a setup for circuit breakers for DC loads. I have 2 200 amp loads, 1 120 amp load, and 3 100 amp loads, and 2 60 amp loads. Should I do the Blue Sea thermal breakers or something else? That's a lot of high loads.
That's a lot of high amperage loads. I'd be curious what that is. I'm not going to give an answer for that one, just because that sounds really specific. and I would hate to give bad advice without knowing the full context of that question. It sounds like you're trying to run like charge controllers and chargers and DC to DC chargers and a fuse block and all that kind of stuff, which in that case, you shouldn't use breakers. You should instead use the Victron Links distributor where you've got fuses, everything fused up in a nice clean fused bus bar situation, kind of like we have one. Yeah, if that's what you've got going on, like literally every single one of our wiring kits includes the Victron Links distributor. Well, not literally at this point. Every single one except one includes that Links distributor right down there, so that everything is fused properly. All of the tutorials that you can find on our site are sort of based around that fusing methodology. So instead of doing a whole bunch of random extra breakers and stuff like that, that usually leads to problems. I would say. Switch to the concept of a links distributor like we have in all of our tutorials. Yeah, if that's not what you were trying to do and you've got something really weird going on, and you're trying to buy all this stuff from us this weekend to get it in on our sales, hit us up at shop.explorers.life/support. Use that little chat bubble in the bottom right and we can get you pointed in the right direction.
Perfect. Jerry asked, I accidentally bought the Blue Solar MPPT instead of the Smart Solar. If I buy the dongle, will it be the same?
I've actually never used the dongle. I assume it would probably be the same.
Yep. I would assume so.
Yeah.
That's kind of the point in the dongle.
Yeah. We don't sell the Blue Smart Solar charge controller. So, maybe that's, and for that reason, we don't sell the Bluetooth dongle. We'd rather just sell the right component right off the bat instead of trying to do this thing. Suspect maybe you bought it from Amazon. Try reaching out to Amazon's tech support for the Bluetooth dongle, or just return it and, shop.explorers.life. We'll make sure you get the right component right off the bat first go around.
Cool. Using two Epoch 460 amp hour batteries and trying to keep mass as low as possible on a sprinter build. Can batteries be mounted a few feet apart with one in front of the wheel well and one behind the wheel well?
I wouldn't do that. No, I put them right next to each other. I think people they overthink the battery placement a little too much. A Sprinter is a 3/4 ton van, or Sprinter 3500 is a 1 ton van, and what does a 460 amp hour battery weigh? Like probably 200 pounds.
Something like that.
Yeah, 200 something. That's not that much in the grand scheme of things. Like, if they weren't installed and you were putting those batteries just in the back of the van, just loose, like you're transporting them home from the post office or something like that, nobody would bat an eye at where you place those batteries in the van as you're bringing them home. Similarly, if you had a 200-pound person, you're not going to tell them where to sit based on weight distribution in a Sprinter, in a van. They're high weight capacity vehicles. So I think trying to, make an electrically worse system by trying to sort of, distribute up where the weight of the batteries is, I think that's really not a useful thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just put them together. It's not a big deal as far as weight goes.
Cool. Dale asked, what is the max amount of solar panels that I can add to the Andy Rollins Argosy kit? I realized I can fit 2 additional panels on the roof.
This sounds like the question we answered just a minute ago.
Oh.
Maybe. I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, because that particular kit is the 170 and 8 panels.
Oh, you're right. Okay, yeah. So 10.
Yeah. I think we answered that one already.
Cool. Let's see. How do you add low temperature cutoff to the DC to DC charger? I have the Venus OS running on a Raspberry Pi and have the Smart Shunt. From what I can tell, I can add a temperature sensor from the MPPT through the BMV. I have the 1230. Is it something the Orion XS is better suited for?
I don't recall if the if the 12-12-30 has low temperature cutoff. I think it does. Chad, Ira, do y'all know off the top of your head? I could probably look it up as I'm rambling here for a second. But the Orion XS, it most definitely has low temperature cutoffs, and you can just enable that or disable it from within the app. So, yeah, basically.
Perfect.
Yep.
Cool. Can you connect two 65 amp inverters to a single Orion 12-12-30 charger going to a 12 volt lithium battery bank consisting of two 100 amp hour batteries?
Summary, please.
Can you connect two 65 amp inverters to a single Orion 12-12-30?
65 amp inverter to an Orion 12-12-30. Let's get
a
let's get a clarification on that question, because those values sort of don't make any sense. So whoever asked that, if you'll reword that in the chat, we'll try to circle back around to it. Because
and tell us what specific inverters you're looking at.
Because you don't hook an inverter to a 12-12-30 charger.
Correct.
That's sort of not how that works. And inverters sort of aren't labeled in amperages.
Amperage. Yeah, I think there's a typo in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay. You're answering these faster than I can read them, which is why I'm not.
Oh, am I really?
Yeah.
Well, I can slow down. I can mess around on the website a lot more. I can tell jokes.
You can tell jokes.
No, I'm not going to tell jokes.
Okay. Anyway, do you know anything about off-grid EV charging by using excess solar power? There appears to be limited solutions out there.
Yeah, so that's an interesting thing, and basically I don't have any firsthand experience with it, just because I don't have an EV, for one. For two, we don't have like an off-grid setup here at our house or whatever. But there are there are options within the MultiPlus programming to have conditional loads, and that's probably the direction I'd probably point you. You can set up conditional loads and conditional chargers inside of the MultiPlus. Now, this full disclaimer, this is kind of complex, so if you're not comfortable with it, don't touch it. But inside of the MultiPlus programming, you can set up conditional outputs and stuff like that, to where it can be like, for example, if your batteries are full, then reroute output to AC output 2 or something like that. Like I said, I've never set that up as any further than just like looking at the programming and sort of understanding like how it works to a degree, but it's such a small use case that I haven't really played around with it just yet. But that would be the direction you would go. If you've purchased your MultiPluses from us, we can look into that further for you. I can kind of dive into the programming and stuff like that. Check that out and see if that's an option for you as well. Cool.
Okay, so going back to the last one, we got a little bit of clarification. So it's on a boat with two engines and two 65 amp alternators, not inverters.
That does make more sense.
Yeah, definitely. So can I connect both alternators to a single 12-12-30 Orion to charge the battery bank?
That should be no problem, because I would imagine that probably your two engines are likely connected to a single starting battery. If that's the case, then you just connect that single starting battery to your Orion DC to DC charger.
This is funny. Nate actually just explained this to me yesterday, and I threw away the drawing. Unfortunately, I threw it away this morning as I was cleaning up.
Ask if you had that picture.
Yeah, but we were just talking about this yesterday.
Yeah.
So, yes.
So that's why I would say, and if that wasn't the case, if each engine had its own independent starting battery, then you would just run from that one engine alternator to that one engine starting battery back to your DC to DC charger. You wouldn't like combine those up on the engine side of the DC to DC charger.
Yeah, but with them both going to a single starting starting battery bank.
Yeah. Okay.
Which
I
is
see
what they
that.
said. Yeah.
I see that in the chat. Yeah. Single starting bank. So yeah, realistically, you just go from single starting bank to DC charger to house battery bank. That'd be pretty simple. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. More DC to DC charging questions. Lots of DC to DC charging questions this
Yeah.
morning.
Big time.
Is there a 100 amp DC to DC charger that also accommodates significant solar input as well, or is it better to keep the two modules separate?
So on our site, as of right now, we don't have any kind of like DC to DC and solar charge controlling combined unit kind of situation. We keep those units separate in all of our system designs as of today. That said, later next year, we're going to be introducing Red Arc components, dun, 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 announcement, onto our store, and they have a pretty sweet DC to DC charger with MPPT combo unit. I'm not going to talk about it too much just because I don't have any tutorials about it. It's not even on the store just yet. It's available already on Red Arc's website, but we
don't have any wiring kits or diagrams related to it just yet.
And so we don't put anything on our store that we don't have wiring diagrams and wiring kits and tutorials about. So we're going to be rolling those out soon. But, as of today, as of this weekend, as of our Black Friday sale, we recommend getting the MPPT solar charge controller and the Orion XS DC to DC charger. If you're charging a 12-volt system, and just keep those two units separate. We've got programming guides and tutorials for all that. And as of this weekend, that's what we recommend doing.
Cool. Mike asked, I have an MCI coach that's a 24-volt system. House batteries are also 24 volts and looking for a 24-volt to 24-volt DC to DC charger. The one that you showed me in the previous question looks to be 12 volt to 24 volt.
True. Yes. Victron does make a 24 to 24 volt charger. It's also in a 360 watt kind of situation. We just don't have those on our site. We don't stock those just because it's pretty rare for us to run across a 24 volt engine alternator system, but we can get those. We can order those, and we can have the wiring kit for that as well, because the wiring kit would be the same as the 12 volt version. So reach out, shop.explorers.life/support, use that little chat bubble in the bottom right corner, and we can get you pointed in the right direction. But it's the same concept. It's just a different, just slightly different product. Wiring kit would be the same though. Yeah, we can get you squared away on that.
We've answered this question already once, but we'll go ahead and do it again since it was an hour and a half ago that we answered this. What's the difference between the Serbo GX and the Serbo GX MK2? And before you answer that, I searched mine and Chad's chat from a couple weeks ago. And the synopsis is the Serbo GX has 3 VE direct ports and 2 USB ports with 1 power-only USB for the touchscreen. The Serbo MK2 has 3 VE direct ports and 3 USB ports. And the eChrono has 3 VE direct ports and 2 USB ports. And then you added something earlier about the VE CAN.
Yes, the VE CAN. I believe it's on the Serbo GX versus the Serbo GX Mark II. The Serbo GX Mark II has isolated CAN bus ports on it. So if you've got 2 different CAN bus kind of situations, you can do that. So if you like CAN bus to, let's see, a device in the RV or the van or the boat or whatever, it can be isolated from the VE CAN system or whatever that you've got on the Victron side of things. So basically, for our system designs, it sort of doesn't matter if you use the Mark I versus the Mark II. I think we sort of just put the Mark II up because it was available and people were asking about it. And whenever they stop making the Mark I, we're just going to be able to turn that one off. So,
yeah, the Mark II is good for if you've got a whole bunch of components that need to communicate. So I had this happen yesterday where it was, they had 2 Orion XSs and 2 MPPT charge controllers So, all of those you would need. Well, I guess the Servo GX would work too on that one.
Yeah.
But anyway, the situation that I ran into yesterday, it needed one more port than the Servo GX had, so we went with the MK2.
Gotcha. And if you basically what this sort of all boils down to is, if you just shoot us a message on our chat bubble over on shop.explorers.life and let us know what all components you have, we can tell you which servo will work for your needs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the easiest way to sort of do that.
Yes.
Easiest and fastest.
Yeah. And the Servo GX is less expensive than the MK2.
Yeah.
So if you don't need it, then why spend the extra?
Exactly. Before we move on to the next one, I wanted to special shout out. So my cousin Tucker Yarbrough, he's tuning in, and he says he appreciates the animations that we have set up for when we go to the store. So I appreciate you noticing that, because I worked really, really hard. Like, I probably spent entirely too much time.
Indeed, entirely too much time, but it looks great.
It looks so cool, right? So I'm glad you texted me to let me know that. And fun fact, Tucker is actually subscriber number 1 on the Explorers Life YouTube channel back from the Adventure in a Backpack days. So over 250,000 subscribers at this point in time, and he was the first one. So it's a little fun fact. So thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, maybe when we hit 1 million subscribers, we'll give some kind of a prize to the 1 millionth subscriber, and also the first subscriber.
Tucker's got that locked in as long as he doesn't unsubscribe.
Yeah, Tucker don't unsubscribe.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I stack SCC on a single fuse on the Lynx distributor? I have a 130 and 7515 MPPT charge controller. If I can, would I use a 50 amp fuse or something bigger?
So it's 2 solar charge controllers.
Two solar charge controllers, a 130 and a 7515.
A 130 and a 7515. So the way you would approach that is you would put the 130 on its own dedicated mega fuse, and then the 7515, our wiring kits come with an inline fuse.
Yes.
And then you're just going to send that out to the far right stud of the Lynx distributor, and so that particular circuit is fused there. So that's the way you do that. So 130 to a mega fuse from the wiring kits we have available, and then the 7510 or 7515, whatever you said, that's going to utilize the inline fuse that we have in our 7510/7515 wiring kits. So that and then that will land on the far right stud of the Lynx distributor. So that's pretty straightforward to a degree.
Okay, jumping back to a previous question, one that had...
I wanted to jump. Are you talking about the starting battery versus house battery one?
No, but you can.
I've been keeping an eye on the chat just to a very slight degree. I have a hard time focusing on the chat and also talking at the same time. So like if I'm ignoring it, that's why. So one of the question we were having earlier about the 2 engines with obviously their own independent alternators, going to a starting battery, and trying to find a device to put in line, putting a DC to DC charger in between the alternators and the starting battery. And you may want to check in to a degree with your manufacturer of your boat and see sort of what they recommend there, because I don't think you should have to have a DC to DC charger between your alternator and your starting battery. That's not really like sort of a thing that you need to do. I don't know why, like, I don't really know what scenario.
That's kind of the point in the alternator.
Yeah, that's what an alternator does, just like natively. I would be curious as to the specific use case of that, because it should just go engine to alternator to starting battery, engine to alternator to starting battery, and then that starting battery is going to go out to your starters, and then that's going to be that. It shouldn't need any kind of DC to DC charging in that's unless there's something going on that I don't quite grasp. I'm not quite understanding in that question. So yeah.
Potentially. Yeah. Cool. Okay, so jumping back to another different question that we've been talking about was the original question was about the setup for circuit breakers on DC loads that had multiple large loads. Remember that one?
Yeah.
So the more information is the loads are audio systems and fuse panels. Does the Lynx distributor offer individual circuit control?
No, it does not offer individual circuit control. I'm not sure. This may be something we have to handle just on in shop.explorers.life/support.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems pretty specific. I would want a lot more context before I gave an answer on that, I think.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so reach out to us on shop.explorers.life and just click on that chat bubble, and we'll get you pointed in the right direction.
Yep.
We'll get some more information from you.
We'll
where
try
it's actually in real time, whereas this is kind of a delay.
Yeah, we'll try to get you pointed in the right direction on a kit and stuff.
Cool. Jeff asked, in your wiring kits, the length is 10 feet selected. Would this be 10 feet of red and 10 feet of black wire? This is for solar wire.
Yes. Yeah, it's 10 feet of red. Anytime we list like 10 feet of wire, it's 10 feet of red, 10 feet of black, unless otherwise listed. In some of our kits, you may get 10 feet of black and 5 feet of red, but it's pretty explicitly noted whenever that's the case.
Yep.
So, but yeah, solar wire in particular is, if you order 10 feet, you get 10 feet of red and 10 feet of black.
Yeah, and that's a good segue into if you'll pull up the shop again. All of our wiring kits have everything that is included in them listed in the product description. We get these questions pretty often, or people say that they didn't know what they were getting when they bought something or whatever. But, if you look at the product description, there is listed out every single thing in, if you'll go to just like, component wiring kit and look in the product description.
Let's see. Let's do
maybe like a Lynx distributor wiring kit, which will be on the second page.
Lynx distributor wiring kit. Here it is.
And yeah, in that product description, we list out, what size of wire you're getting, or what type of wire you're getting, the number of lugs that you're getting, the heat shrink, the fuses, everything that's included in that kit is listed in the product description, and that goes for all of our wiring kits. So if you've got a question about, what specific thing you're going to receive, just look at that product description. This is a good one with the Lynx distributor wiring kit, because there are so many different variations of this kit. And we get the question quite often where, somebody thinks that they should have gotten the A&L fuse holder and A&L fuse, but they bought the 1-aught wiring kit, which includes an MRBF fuse instead. So just take a look at those product descriptions, and we do try to be pretty transparent on exactly what you're going to get when we sell you these things.
Yeah. And, the thing with that is, the reason we do that is because whenever we started Explorer's Life, even way back in the day, it was like so hard to find all the individual parts, components, wiring kits, lugs, fuses, heat shrink, so on and so forth, what fits with what, that, we wanted to be very, very clear what this stuff includes. Because I think you've got a lot of, other dealers, who are running sales this weekend that we're competing with, who they will sell you a bunch of Victron blue boxes and then say, hardware included, and that's it. And they don't tell you like what is included. And, basically, I will be as bold to say that nobody is doing wiring kits as good as we are, to the degree of completeness that we are. We include the screws. Like anytime we get a component in, we bring the component in, and then we sit there with our wall full of screws that we have and figure out which ones fit the best. And we include those in the kit. That way, when you can sit down and install your component, start to finish, have it mounted up on the wall, and it's good to go. You don't have to run to the hardware store for screws. So that's something I sort of hate whenever I'm doing things. Yeah.
When we first started Explorer's Life distribution and we were designing all of these kits, Nate had a big dry erase board in our in our office that it said include the screws. That's all it said. It was huge. Just include the screws. So that was just kind of our daily reminder of we are trying to put absolutely everything into these kits, so you don't have to go to the hardware store, because that is a pet peeve.
Oh, it is absolute biggest pet peeve. Because when you're working on a project, like you might just be rolling with it and having a good time and like everything like that, and then it's like, oh, well, I need to mount this on the wall before I can get started or before I can move forward. Oh, all I've got is drywall screws, and then it's like, well, I don't want to use drywall screws because that's going to stick out the back of the thing or it's going to look junky or whatever. So now I need to go to the hardware store for 4 screws, which then 20 minutes later, it's like, well, it's like I'm out, may as well have lunch. And then next thing you know, you're like 2 hours behind schedule. So I hate that. So that's pretty much that as far as, how those wiring kits go. So do you have anything else to say on those particular kits?
I don't.
With our 25% off wiring kit sale going on now, get the most bang for your buck by bundling multiple wiring kits together into a full system package. Choose your installation type, your size of system, base kit options, your monitoring type, battery bank sizes, solar charging options, alternator charging options, add your shore power accessories, branch circuits, enclosures, or even installation services, add it to your cart, check out, and we'll get it on the way. Buy the component, get the wiring kit 25% off. There's no limit to how many you can buy, save on them all. This weekend only at shop.explorers.life.
Alrighty, is the battery terminal fuse size the same as the largest amp drawing device? So going back to fusing the main system fuse.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Say that again.
Is the battery terminal fuse size the same as the largest amp drawing device?
Is the terminal fuse size the same size as the largest? So
you mentioned earlier. Sorry, this is just kind of going back to another question previously. You had mentioned earlier that you would size the main system fuse based off of how big your largest device, amp drawing device is. So
the switch, that's what we were talking about earlier. And then the fuse size.
I think this is actually the fuse, not the switch.
So we've switched over from switch to fuse, and it's going to be the same concept. You know, the fuse size is going to be based on, what everything is flowing through it.
Right.
In full transparency here, upcoming, let's see, we shot these videos 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago,
I think.
we have about 6 or 7 different how to size fuse videos coming out in probably January and February, early next year, basically, for the Explorer Sci Academy. That is going to be live in I forgot the URL. academy.explorers.life. Yeah, that's what it is. Academy.explorers.life, or live here, or not live. It's going to be published here on the YouTube channel for free as well. So you can learn all you want to know. You can learn everything you want to know about how to size fuses, and that's going to be coming up early next year. Alternatively, right, to take advantage of this week's sale, and you go to shop and then shop by application, pick out whatever kind of installation you're doing, and then go to customizable electrical systems or any of the other options right there. All of these kits have fuses sized for them. So the main system fuse, the fuse for the charge controller, the fuse for the multi-plus, the proper size switch, the proper size fuses, the lugs, all that kind of stuff. We've tested everything to fit, so everything's included here. So if you're just wanting the education on how you would size that fuse, wait around for that section of the Academy. If you're just wanting to get the system to your door so you can start installing it with no math included, with no math required, head over here and check out these kits, as they already have all the fusing and all the wiring and all the switches and everything like that sized for you.
Cool. Can I ground my system to the chassis, or can it be a floating system?
On all of our system designs, we recommend grounding to the chassis. The only exceptions there are going to be in systems that sort of kind of can't be grounded, and that's going to be like a fiberglass shell enclosure of a camper kind of situation. Expedition truck, where there's really no metal in the actual camper and stuff like that. That's really the only exception. Everything else is always going to have a chassis ground coming off of the Lynx distributor. You can sort of see the chassis ground. So the chassis ground's included in all of the wiring kits that we have available for sale. And then in all of our tutorials, all of our start to finish tutorials on the YouTube channel, they all show chassis grounding, except for the one that has a fiberglass shell. Everything has chassis ground.
Cool. It seems that the Multiplus 2 and Multiplus 2 2X120 have two DC inputs for positive and negative. Why would I not just use one 4/0 wire? Do I need to use two? And do they each have to go to their own lug on the Lynx distributor?
So you would use, why did they do that? Well, the reason they did that is because, Victron is a European company, and 4/0 wire is sort of hard to come by, allegedly, from what I've never tried to source wire in Europe, but from what I've been told, 4/0 wire, is equivalent to like 120 millimeter squared wire, which is sort of hard to come by over in Europe. And so they put dual lugs on there. The other thing I've heard is that it's just more surface area. But, if you head over to shop.life and then go to shop and then go to individual wiring kits and then component wiring kits, we actually have a Multiplus wiring kit that allows for the 4/0 wire. So that's going to be over on page 2. And we're sitting here at inverter charger wiring kit. And then you can select your inverter charger, whichever one you've got going on. And you'll see right there in the deal, it's in the thumbnail there, it's got 4/0 wire going to each terminal, and that's pretty much how we do that. It includes the 4/0 wire, it includes the fuse, it includes the lugs, it includes the heat shrink, all that kind of stuff that you want to use, and that's the way that we recommend doing that. And yeah, it would just go to one spot on the Lynx distributor, just like that, nice and easy. Pretty much no other considerations there.
Great. On the Lynx distributor, is it better to have your larger loads attached closer together and on the left or right side, or does it not matter?
That's a great question, and it doesn't matter. The Lynx distributor is capable of handling like 1,000 amps, which is that's an absolute ton of amps. And that huge chunk of copper that's inside the Lynx distributor, it doesn't really care, because we have so much overhead on amperage on that, it doesn't really matter. If you start getting close to that limit, which none of our system designs do or ever would, then you may have to have other considerations in like some industrial application or whatever. But for any of our purposes here on this live stream, it does not matter where it goes. The way I recommend doing, positioning things on the Lynx distributor is just have it make sense for wire management. So, if you're mounting the Multiplus, right next to the Lynx distributor, that's sort of like your biggest component. It fits pretty nicely to the Lynx distributor right there. So I would put that on the far right side. That way, whatever is next, right over here, is the next one over, so that your wires aren't just crisscrossing all over the place. That's probably the best way I can say that. All of our wiring diagrams are sort of lined out like that, but ultimately it doesn't really matter from a electrical standpoint.
Cool. Will the wire that comes in the Lynx distributor wiring kit be long enough? My batteries will be under the van.
They should be long enough. So Steph mentioned earlier that in all of the wiring kits that we have, if you scroll down and you can check out what's included in each one under the description, all of our wiring kits are like that. So you would be sort of looking at the Lynx distributor wiring kit.
And that's 5 feet of wire.
Yeah.
So. And
the thing is, so that's 5 feet of wire from the batteries to the Lynx distributor. And the thing is if that doesn't work, you need to reconfigure where you're putting the batteries, because that's the max they can be electrically. If they're any longer than that, you have to start upsizing the wire, and you have to start making all these fusing adjustments. That gets really cumbersome. So,
Yeah.
I would strongly recommend just reconsidering putting them underneath the van. Sort of even if the wires will fit. It's just, with lithium batteries, the thing is like you're going to have those batteries for 10 plus years. And if you've got them under the van, that's going to be 10 years worth of wear and tear underneath the van, which
Yeah, road grime and everything.
the lithium chemistry, the battery chemistry, the batteries may stay good from a lithium chemistry standpoint, but the outer shells and cases may not stand up to 10 years of having rocks and stuff like that thrown at them. So a consideration there.
Yeah. What is the difference between the Victron Smart Shunt 500 amp and the Victron Smart Shunt IP65 500 amp?
Yeah, so the IP65 is just waterproof. Do we have the IP65 on our site? I think we do.
Yep.
So that'll be.
They're both the same price too. The IP65 is a little bit bigger because of the waterproof housing, but
Gotcha.
electrically there's nothing.
Yeah, electrically is the same. It's a form factor thing. This is the Smart Shunt. This is the Smart Shunt IP65. So the Smart Shunt has the VE Direct port is open right here, and the power ports are open here. This case, I don't think it's water sealed at all. And this one is watertight with all of the cables pre-attached and sealed to it. So it's got an IP65 water resistance rating. I will say though that, in all of our system designs, we mount the Smart Shunt right to the Lynx distributor, right next to a bunch of equipment that's also not waterproof or water resistant. So the Smart Shunt or the Victron, the BMV 712 are our usual things we put here, but the Smart Shunt IP65, that might be mounted in if you've got some factory batteries that you're not really adding any kind of electrical system upgrade, all you want is to paint a better picture of how full or empty those factory lead acid batteries are in your camper or whatever. That's sort of the use case for this. Pretty much any big electrical system upgrade is going to be a Smart Shunt or a BMV 712, which is on page 2, I think. Probably.
So.
No, somewhere else. Okay, anyway.
Anyway, okay. Kurt asked, I'm wondering which way is the easiest to get a charge from the from solar to the starting battery?
From solar to the starting battery?
Yes. Yeah, charging starting batteries with solar.
There's a couple different ways that you can do it if you absolutely have to do it, but I've never set it up because I don't think it's necessary. Your alternator on your engine is literally designed to charge your starting battery. And given you've set up the rest of your system with proper system shutoff, parameters through the DC to DC charger, given you're turning off your headlights, which most modern headlights are auto turned off anyway, all that kind of stuff, your starting battery should stay charged. That shouldn't really be much of a problem or a consideration. So, if you're trying to buy something through shop.explorers.live, shoot us a message, shop.explorers.live/support, and we'll see what kind of component we can sell you that'll do that. But, but ultimately I don't really do that because, it's not really that necessary. What I do recommend is carrying one of those little jump starting packs, and just keep it plugged in to your electrical system. And then if your batteries die, you can jumpstart that. But I don't like having everything charged just all the time necessarily. That jump pack is a good idea because then it's like, well, my starting battery died. It's like, well, why? What happened? Is my alternator going bad? Did I just leave my lights on? Did I leave a door open? I'm going to have to go through a minor inconvenience to jumpstart my starting battery, but that's also going to prompt me to look into why my starting battery went flat. So that's sort of my viewpoint on the thing. But yeah, if you want starting battery, we can just let us know and we can see what we can sell you to to fix that problem. So a couple options there.
Cool. I want to add a 3,000 watt inverter and add a second 280 amp hour 12 volt battery in parallel. It would be a 3-foot wire run, 6-foot round trip. Would you recommend 2-watt wire, for the connections and a 300 amp fuse on the links.
For the Multi-Plus 3K?
3K.
Yeah, so for the Multi-Plus 3K, our wiring kit for the Multi-Plus 3K includes enough wire to mount the Multi-Plus up to 5 feet away from the links distributor. And that's the direction we would go with that. So,
Yep, and that is a 4-aught wire and a 400 amp fuse. So 2-aught and a 300 amp fuse would be undersized for that inverter.
And so that, Multi-Plus 3K VA, we got a wiring. That's over here under shop, under individual wiring kits, component wiring kits, and then look for inverter charger wiring kits. And then you can select whichever specific Multi-Plus 3K you have, and you can check out, what else is included. And that one's on sale if you buy the Multi-Plus with it. So buy the Multi-Plus, get the wiring kit for 25% off this weekend only.
Great. To add a third 100 amp hour 12 volt lithium battery to my existing dual Battleborn setup, do I need to reconsider fuse sizing? I think the existing fuse is 150 amps.
No. So your battery capacity does not dictate fuse size. If all you're adding is additional capacity, you don't need to change your fuse size or even wiring size. It's all going to stay the same, given you're not changing any of your charging or your inverter or anything like that. That's sort of like, having a fuel tank, and then just upgrading your fuel tank to a larger fuel tank. It's like, does the fuel pump need to be bigger to it? And it's like, well, you're not flowing any more fuel. You're just having more capacity on that. So that's pretty much it. Did you have anything else to add on that one? That one's pretty straightforward.
Nope.
2025 is just around the corner, which means annual installation price increases are coming. Want to save big? Lock in 2024 equipment and labor prices now for your 2025 electrical system installation. Save even more money by combining this offer with our Black Friday sale going on now. Buy any component and get the wiring kit for 25% off this weekend only. Lock in 2024 pricing and maximize your savings for 2025. Learn more at shop.explorers.life under services and installations, or contact us at shop.explorers.life/support to get started. And we're back. Thanks for the little break there. I have to step away for just a second every hour or so, go use the bathroom and get a little snack and stuff like that. Keep us all fueled up and ready to go. Okay. So I want to just let everybody know we're kind of sort of caught up on questions to a degree. We got 2 in the queue at the moment. So if there's any other questions that you've got, like feel free to like ask them, and we'll make sure that we get them addressed. We definitely want to hope to get through everybody's question. We're going to be on here for a couple more hours though, even if we sort of run out of questions. So if you think of something, let us know. We just want to make sure that everybody has a chance to get their questions answered so they can take advantage of our only sale of the year. This is the only time we do a sale of the year. We don't do Labor Day sales. We don't do Valentine's Day sales. We don't do
Valentine's Day sales,
Easter sales, anything like that. So if you want to save some money above our everyday low prices, this is the weekend to do it. So before, as y'all are asking some questions and Steph and Morgan are sort of getting those in queue and everything like that, I just wanted to give everybody a rundown of sort of the kits that we have available on a more broad standpoint. Because I think people, a lot of the questions as of recently have been on I have this specific inverter. What specific fuse do I need? And we do have the wiring kits for specific inverters and stuff like that. But I think maybe it might be helpful to go through a rundown of what kits we have available for full system designs. That way you can get everything you need in one go and not have those questions about fuse sizes. So if you go over to shop.explorers.life and utilize the shop by application, you've got all these different options. So we have full electrical systems for camper vans, schoolies, expedition trucks, overland vehicles, truck campers, tow behind campers, motor homes, off-grid cabins, and specialty applications. Little spoiler alert here, camper vans, schoolies, and expedition trucks, they're all the same kits. It's all the same wiring. These are considered our from scratch installations. So if you don't have an electrical system, if you've got a cargo van that you're converting to a camper, it's the same electrical system that you would need if you had an empty school bus converting to a camper, that you would have if you had an expedition truck shell that you were converting into a camper. It's all the same thing. You could even have a cargo van in here, or a cargo trailer. That's going to be the same kind of situation. But when you click on any of these, it's going to take you to this. You've got Explore Light, Explore, Explore More, Explore 50 amp, and Explore XX. And I kind of wanted to give a rundown of what all these different kits are, because they all have lots of blue boxes of varying different sizes. So it's kind of confusing on how this works. So I made a chart that should help us out.
I made a graph.
I made a graph. This is just in my little scratch pad, so it's not particularly flashy or graphically heavy. So what we've got going on here, we've got the Explorer Mini, Explorer Lite, Explorer, Explorer More, Explorer XX, and Explorer XX 10 kVA. And these are the sizes of systems, okay? So our Explorer Mini is the smallest system we offer, and it revolves around a minimum of 100 amp hours of a minimum of 100 amp hours of battery bank capacity and a 800 volt amp inverter. All of these systems, with the exception of the Explorer XX 10 kVA, include some form of solar charging, alternator charging, shore power charging, the ability to power both 12 and 120 volt loads. So the Explorer Mini is that one. And it's only for sort of van, overland, truck, and schoolie. And that one is actually, let me open that up real quick. That's overland vehicle right here. That's this system. So it's the smallest one we've got. We actually designed this system to be built with nothing but 6-gauge wire. So basically I sat down and I was like, hey, what kind of kit can we build where we just send people a spool of 6-gauge black and a spool of 6-gauge red, and then what would that fit? And so we basically just designed that system so that this kit can be installed with nothing but 6-gauge wire. And this particular system is going to be featured in a full build next month. We've already filmed it. It's already edited. It's already scheduled. So it's pretty much ready to go. And this is the Explorer Mini. Okay, so back to the scratch pad. So from the van side of things, from the Explorer Lite, Explorer, and Explorer More, those are 3 different sizes. So this is 200 amp hours, 400 amp hours, 800 amp hours, basically. So for the inverter sizes, this is a 2 kVA, 3 kVA, and 5 kVA. So all of these sizes over here are sort of, indicated on what they're for. So we've got overland van, truck and schoolie, truck camper, tow behind camper with 30 amp shore power, tow behind camper with 50 amp shore power, motorhome with 30 amp shore power, motorhome with 50 amp shore power, or an off-grid cabin. And you can sort of cross-reference the applications that you see up here with the sizes of systems that you see over here, and what sizes of, or what voltage of systems are appropriate for those and what we have available. And so that's really what you're seeing when you're seeing the Explore, Explore More, Explore Lite, Explore 50 amp, and Explore XX. So the other thing to notice on that is down here, the Explore XX, that's going to be our dual multiplus system. So that's going to be a dual 3 kVA system capable of being charged from 50 amp shore power, 240 loads. There's all kinds of stuff we can do with that, but that's a pretty large system. So it's realistically only appropriate for like expedition trucks, like big expedition trucks, or tow behind campers or motorhomes with 50 amp shore power. Now the Explore XX 10 kVA, that's a 48 volt system with dual dual Victron Quattro 5 kVA inverter chargers. And that's realistically only appropriate for the biggest of motorhomes with 50 amp shore power or off-grid cabins. That's pretty much what that is. So that's just a quick rundown. If you have any questions about this, leave that in the comment section below, because I would love to answer some of these questions live to hopefully get that all squared away. That way y'all can sort of take advantage of some of these sales on like full system kits, because all of this stuff is on sale. So all of these systems require components and they all require wiring kits. And remember, our sale is, buy the component at our normal sale price and get the wiring kit for 25% off. So there's some pretty significant savings to be had with that. The only other thing that I sort of like skipped over on this is, let's see, shop by application, specialty applications. That's sort of not that useful for most people. That's this was actually just a system that we designed for like the series of, what were those?
Trailers.
Oh, security trailers. So there's like this company that's doing there's this security. So the security trailer, that's just like a specialty application where this company was wanting to do like 50 different security trailers and electrical system for that. So feel free to venture into that and let us know if that's applicable to you, but probably not. Oh, that's what you're saying. Here, let me just exit out of that. Okay. I was trying to read and talk at the same time. Okay.
Your notifications were coming through on chat, and it was annoying.
I see.
Anyway. Okay, are we ready to jump back into questions?
Yes. Do we have some more questions?
We do have a few more questions, and just everybody keep your questions rolling in. Like Nate said, we're going to be on here for a couple of hours, and unless you guys don't have any more questions, but I've got a couple more. So this one is from Jim. I'm replacing an OEM 2K inverter to a Victron 3K 2X120, 50 amp shore power, runs direct to 2 breaker panels with solid 6-gauge cable. Can I use 6-gauge stranded when I'm doing the rewire?
Yeah. Well, so our wiring kits include stranded wire. So yes.
Yeah, I think they're saying they want to rewire from the solid to stranded, I believe.
So, I mean, I don't know that I would recommend like ripping out all of your OEM wiring. Our wiring kits are designed to work with the OEM wiring, so you don't have to do that. So just leave your factory wiring in place and then use our wiring kits for the remainder of it. The remainder of our wiring kits are, stranded flexible wire. So I don't think there's any reason to rewire OEM equipment and stuff like that.
Yeah, unless there's an issue with it. But ultimately, all good. Due to constrained space, I can't fit the Lynx distributor and am stuck with going with dual 600 amp bus bars. They're mounted on opposite sides of the generator. Do I make my DC leads to the inverter the same length?
So your positive and negative, they don't have to be the exact same length. No, just try to make them as close as possible, basically. Yeah, that's pretty much that.
Let's see.
Sorry, given that that's what you're talking about. If you're talking about the wires from the bus bars to multiple different inverters, those have to be the same. But if you're talking about like the positive and the negative to a single inverter, like that doesn't have to be. Those two wires don't necessarily have to be the exact same. They should just be as close as feasible.
Yeah, cool. Okay, I have a 2020 Coachman Expedition 20-foot tow behind. So tow behind camper, looking at the Explore Lite 30 amp wiring kit. If I'm planning only one battery, Epoch 460, do I need the battery bank wiring kit?
Let's actually run through that. So what was the application?
It's a tow behind Explore Lite.
Okay, so for this particular, this is going to be a good example. So we're going in shop application, tow behind camper. Wait for it to load. 30 amp shore power?
30 amp, yes.
Yeah, so that's the Explorer Lite 30 amp tow behind camper wiring kit.
Correct.
Here. Wait for it to load. A little slow. Okay, so for that, the question specifically is, if you're only using one battery, do you need the battery bank wiring kit? And the answer is no. You don't. So you just move this down to 0, and that would get rid of that section of that. Since you're not wiring multiple batteries into a battery bank, then you don't need the wires that go from battery to battery, forming that battery bank. So yeah, you just select 0, and then just keep cruising with your with the rest of the system picker.
Yep. The wiring that goes from the battery bank to the Lynx distributor is included in the Lynx distributor wiring kit.
Yeah, which that would be selected on the next page under monitoring. Yep.
Cool. Question on the Black Friday pricing. Do I just get the online price and look at all the wiring kits to figure out the sales price savings? Yes. So how that works is if you add the component to your cart and add the wiring kit to your cart, then it will auto apply the coupon for you. So there is a coupon code, but you don't need to, you don't necessarily need to know the coupon code. I don't remember what it is. It's like BF 2024.
It automatically puts it in the cart.
It auto adds it once you have all of the proper components and wiring. So yep, that's how you do that. Just add it to your cart and it will figure it out for you.
We didn't want to do like actual codes this year. We've done codes in the past, and people end up forgetting to put the codes in, and then it's hard to. And then we have to like refund partial things, and then there's credit card processing fees, which kind of suck for everybody involved. And so we're like, let's just, if they purchase the component, we're going to give them the wiring kit 25% off, no codes.
Yep. And for the pre-assembled as well as the pre-designed, those sales prices are already reflected on the shop, so it shows that it's on sale and everything. So the price that you see on the shop is the sale price.
Yep, that was just easier for everybody this go around.
Yep. Yeah. Last year we did a flash sale every hour on the hour, and whereas it was fun, it was a lot of work. I very much underestimated how much work that was going to be for myself. And so this year we decided to not do that and do something that was a little bit easier for everyone involved. We last year with the flash sales and stuff, what we didn't realize would happen was we had a bunch of people ordering with every flash sale. So placing an order every hour on the hour. And so at the end of it, the fulfillment team and Chad in particular ended up having to combine a whole bunch of orders. And so anyway, it was just a whole bunch of extra work on us. So this year we, and on you guys, I'm sure you don't want to have to check out 18 different times.
Yeah.
So We tried to keep it simple this year.
Yeah, keeping it simple this year.
Yeah. I feel like my chair is sinking lower and lower. I'm getting shorter as
I think you're
the
right.
day goes on.
If it looks like you're getting lower and lower.
Yeah. I keep having to lower my microphone.
Oh, true.
That's how
Well,
I'm realizing it.
Well, your camera framing is still fine. So
Okay, great. Okay, enough chatter, and back to questions. So, do you recommend the Victron 30 amp or 50 amp DC to DC charger? I have 6 gauge wire run directly from the starting battery, and it's about 20 feet in length.
yeah. So the 50 amp in that case. So we've got a retrofit kit
Yes.
that allows you to go from the Orion 12-1230. I assume you've already got that pre-installed if you've already run 6 gauge wire. That's sort of what that sounds.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
What it sounds like to us. So yeah, the Orion XS 50 amp is definitely the way to go on that, and then just pick up our 12-1230 to Orion XS 12-1250 retrofit kit. That's in our store. Let us know if you have a hard time finding that, and we can drop a link to that as well. It's like $20 or $30 kind of situation. It's pretty inexpensive. But yeah, we're pretty much kind of sort of not really recommending the 12-1230 anymore unless somebody has like a pretty specific use case. I mean, the 12-1250 is more expensive, but it just runs cooler. It's more powerful. It's got better communications. It's got like a history section in there for troubleshooting, all that kind of stuff. It's just so nice. It works really, really good.
It does. Yep. Cool. I lost my spot. On your wiring diagram for the dual multi-plus inverter installation, I see options for a BMV 712 or the Lynx shunt. Which should I use and why?
So we've actually made a video that compares the Lynx shunt and the Smart shunt and the BMV 712. So, on there, you've got options for either. And we give you options because sometimes people like options, but all the defaults are sort of the defaults, if that makes sense. We pick, whenever we put out a system like that and we leave something as default, that's because that's what we would choose. I personally am a fan of the Smart shunt or the BMV 712 over the Lynx shunt for a functionality standpoint, just because you have the Bluetooth ability through the Victron Connect app, and you lose that with the Smart shunt. The Smart shunt still communicates with the Serbo GX. But I really like to be able to look into the settings on the Victron Connect app on my phone and sort of see the history and all that kind of stuff just right there in the Victron Connect app. I think Steph you like the Lynx shunt better, right?
I don't have a preference on the shunt per se. I for the monitoring, I prefer the Serbo GX and the touchscreen. I pretty much never go into my Victron Connect app. So for like a form function standpoint, I would say, yeah, I do. I really like the Lynx shunt better. And for my personal preferences on using the Serbo GX, the Lynx shunt is a better option in my opinion.
Yeah.
But that is totally personal preference, and yeah, our van has both capabilities because we both like different options.
So I would say there, if you have a preference between one or the other, on those videos that we've made that sort of help you choose one or the other, feel free to select whichever one you like. But otherwise, you can just leave it as default, and that's sort of our let us choose for you kind of situation.
Right.
That's how we have that set up.
Okay, so this one is going back to that question earlier about the batteries that were mounted underneath the van.
Mm-hmm.
And Wayne said, because of my design, my batteries must go underneath in a protected case, but I did not know about the maximum 5-foot wire limit. The wire length I need will be about 7 to 8 feet. What are my options?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I don't have any options for that. everything that we sell on shop.explorers.life with our wiring kits with that 5-foot limitation, we've put that in place because we have to, in order for me to feel good about selling anything, I have to guarantee without a shadow of a doubt that it's going to work. If I sell you something that's like, well, it's like, 5 feet's the maximum, but let's just try the 8 feet and see how it goes. I can't feel good about that, especially with how much copper is per foot for 4-aught wire. So realistically, I can't give you another option. I would love to sell you something that might work, but I just can't feel good about it, is the thing. So I really have to recommend trying to find a way to bring those batteries inside so that you can get within that 5-foot limit, and then we can talk. Otherwise you may have to sort of source that wire yourself because I can't guarantee that would work. And, if you end up coming to us for tech support, if you buy everything else through us and we determine that there's an issue, I'm going to have to blame it on that thing that's that's out of spec, more or less.
Yeah, I think the best option there would be to, move your system by 2 or 3 feet and get it within that 5-foot limit. That's going to be your best option.
Yeah, it truly
unfortunately.
is. Yeah, if you want to guarantee that your system's going to work, then that's the option.
Yeah. Cool. Do you sell a 50 amp splice box with only one splice, L1, L2, neutral, PE, in the box? I only need to splice one wire from the 50 amp wires coming out of the ATS.
I'm not sure I'm understanding that question.
I'm really not either. One splice in. Could you give us
a little more context?
Yeah,
I'm not sure why you would
Roving
need that.
Rogers, give us a little bit more context on that one. I've read this a couple of times and trying to figure out how in my brain how that would actually look. But if you could give us a little bit more context on that,
yeah,
that would help. Okay, I have one DC to DC charger, one MPPT charger, the Lynx distributor, a Lynx shunt, and a Phoenix inverter. Do I need the Servo GX or do I not even need one?
So yeah, the Servo GX is not a required device. Realistically, it's just just an advanced monitoring kind of situation with a nice touchscreen interface. I think for me, I do like having it. I think most people like having it, but it's definitely not something you need because, your Victron Connect app will connect to all those devices individually, and you can see all of that information and program all of that information on your Victron Connect app, which the app is great. I love the app. I think it works wonderfully. We went for years, without having the Servo GX or Color Control GX or whatever. And yeah, it was great. And I think that's sort of what I usually defer back to. But, at a glance, it sure is nice to be able to go up to that touch screen that's on the wall and just tap it and see what your state of charge is without getting out your phone or something like that. So not necessary, but it's just a nice add-on, more or less.
Yep. Cool. We are actually caught up with questions. So unless we missed somebody's question, if we did miss your question, go ahead and put it into the chat again. But do you have anything else that you want to chat about while we wait for people to ask some more questions? Yeah, sure.
I can kind of go off on a tangent that I've been holding back on. So I think with a lot of the stuff that we get questions on, and nobody's really doing it in the chat here, but it's just kind of maybe preaching to the choir. But there's 100 different ways to do things, and there's probably 20 of those ways are correct. And we find 1 to 2 ways that work every single time, and we can provide support for every single time. And we don't stray from those ways because we've tested them, we've installed them, we can vouch for them, we can provide tech support for them. Somebody can send us a picture of something, and we can diagnose an issue near immediately with those system designs. And so, if you have something that falls outside of, sort of what we've got going on our shop or on our tutorials, and you want to try it, go for it. Like, the world is your oyster. Is that how the phrase goes?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I got it right. The world is your Easter basket. I don't think that's a thing.
That's close.
And, but you just sort of have to take responsibility for if that thing doesn't work. And, also respect the fact that, what we're teaching and what the components we sell and the kits that we sell, are for that reason of we are on the hook for support for those things. And, that's sort of where we can also make a quick mention of, Facebook groups and, the advice that you're going to get from Facebook groups. If you're trying to learn something and trying to learn how to install these systems and you're like, well, I've got this thing and go to this Facebook group and then you're going to get 20 different answers. And like I said, 20% of those answers may be correct. And it's important to understand that none of those people in Facebook groups are on the hook, for your system. If they give you some advice and you try the advice and it doesn't work, they're not going to, answer your email. They're not going to sell you or they're not going to replace your part. They're not going to provide your warranty care and stuff like that. So be really careful when you're looking at Facebook for answers to these problems and stuff like that, because the information is questionable at best. And you're also, sort of talking to somebody who has no skin in the game. They're not on the hook for any kind of like support if their advice doesn't work. That's what's different about Explorers Life. We're on the hook if our advice doesn't work. And so we have to guarantee that it's going to work every single time without a shadow of a doubt. And I've put these electrical systems in my mom's motorhome. And so, there's nobody who's going to get on me worse than Mom if her system doesn't work. So
that is very true. She's the only one who we've sold a system to that has our cell phone numbers and can bother us at 2:00 in the morning if her heater goes out.
Yeah, that's the only person. So so I have to make sure that these systems will work because of that.
Alrighty. Couple more questions coming through. I really want the highest current alternator charging possible because the battery charge is the biggest challenge off grid. But it seems that 100 amps is the practical limit. Is 150 amp charging a practical goal?
So this kind of circles back to around from earlier. So I do want to get some clarification on this question. And I think the chat's doing a pretty good job of like keeping up with fairly real time as I'm noticing it here.
Yes.
Tell us if you're wanting to exchange the alternator or if you're just wanting to get the most charging available for the alternator that's in place. Yeah. If you'll answer that, then we'll go from there.
Cool. Is storing a camper van with solar batteries, etc., for weeks or months problematic, or is it as simple as keeping it connected to shore power?
Yeah, it's definitely not problematic. Every battery manufacturer has its sort of like storage recommendations. So, check the manufacturer of the battery for those recommendations that you've got. Battle-born batteries in particular, their storage recommendations are, if you're storing the system for, let's call it 3 months, just charge it up to full and then turn the master battery switch off. And that's that. That's the end of that. Its discharge rate is something like, let's call it 2 to 3% per month. And so when you turn your system back on, given your batteries were at 100%, if you had your system stored for 10 months, your batteries would be down to maybe like 80, 70% or something like that. And solar is going to recharge that the same as it would as if you drained them, under normal use. You can leave it connected to shore power. I think for me though, I'm just going to turn off the batteries because, if you have your system on and something happens and something kicks on, you forget to and leave something on, or, a breaker trips and you don't know about it, then there can be some sort of gotchas there and you can come back to a drained battery bank, which is never good. So I would probably just turn the master battery switch off if they're going into storage, but yeah, definitely consult with your manufacturer of your batteries because they'll have specific recommendations likely in their user manual for that.
Yep. Cool. So going back to the alternator question, they said they have a 200 amp high capacity alternator. Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, so going back to that, is 150 amp charging a practical goal? So I think that's a
Okay, so they have a single 200 amp high output alternator, but would consider a higher amp alternator or maybe dual alternators. So there's two different ways to go there. If you're keeping so as it sits right now, as of today, you have a 200 amp alternator that's charging your starting battery, and you're wanting to use some of that additional alternator charging capabilities to power DC to DC chargers. So since you have a 200 amp alternator, you really shouldn't do any more DC to DC charging than 100 amps. And so you could utilize for that, you could hop over into our store and cruise over to shop, and then individual wiring kits, and then component wiring kits right here. And sort by alternator charging. None of this will be here because I'm logged in. And then go to our dual Orion wiring kit right here. And then this is the kit we would do for that system that you have right now. So if you wanted to just keep your alternator that you have, your 200 amp alternator, but wanted the most amount of alternator charging capacity, this kit right here is what you're going to do, and add 2 of those Orion XSs right there. And that's going to connect to your starting battery, your alternator to your starting battery to your dual Orions, to your Lynx distributor. That's then going to charge your house battery bank. If you wanted to switch out to dual alternators or a bigger alternator, it would allow you to add more of these, but realistically, I've never seen anybody actually do that. I've only seen people ask about it. And then once they realize that they have to buy 3 of these things and then wire 3 of those things into the system, they're like, actually, never mind. I don't think I want to do that anymore. So this is most common. If you want more power, want more alternator charging than this, a secondary alternator is going to be the way to go in all reality. So a secondary alternator, not just a bigger alternator, a secondary dedicated alternator that's going to replace all of this. Yep.
awesome. Cool. I think that answers that question.
Yeah.
Okay. We plan to install a Multiplus 2 3K 2X120. We have the BMB 712, a Smart MPPT, and an Orion. We're happy so far with the app for reviewing and setting parameters. Will we need a Servo GX?
You don't need a Servo GX, but if you'd like a touchscreen display on the wall, you will need a Servo GX. So that's kind of the main thing. If you're happy with the Victron Connect app, then you can just keep using that without the Servo GX. But if you want a touchscreen display on the wall, then yeah, the Servo GX plus the Touch 50 or Touch 70 screen is definitely going to be the way to go. As far as have the app for reviewing and setting parameters, yeah, anytime you're changing settings, that's going to happen within the Victron Connect app. That's way better for that. But then, yeah, for viewing, state of charge and historical this and, that kind of stuff, that at a glance information on a touch screen, yeah, Servo GX is the way to go on that. Yep.
Cool. Where do you stand on upgrading firmware and staying up to date on the Multiplus 2?
So as a consumer, for all of you, don't touch it unless it's broke. Don't touch it. Upgrading firmware, there's not a whole lot of for the Multiplus specifically. It's pretty rare that Victron does a firmware update and adds just these incredible changes. Usually, it's an added functionality for a highly specific thing. Keep an eye on the firmware changelog. I'm pretty sure that's publicly available. And if they do a firmware update that adds a whole bunch of functionality, they usually do a big social media blast about it. And then you just have to ask yourself if that added functionality is necessary. Because if you update the firmware, then you also have to redo all of your settings and all of your parameters. And every time you do that, there's a chance that you're going to break something.
Yeah.
Historically.
Yeah.
So I would say don't keep it up to date. We offer We offer programming for multi-pluses before we ever send them out, and we update the firmware to the most recent update, and then program and then send it out. So if you order your multi-plus from us, you're getting the most recent firmware update, but then once you get it, don't touch it, and it's going to be fine. If there is something that needs a firmware update, we'll do social media blasts. But in our entire existence as a company, and in my entire time as being a Victron educator, there's never been a firmware update that's been like a must update kind of situation.
Cool. Wayne asks, is it the case with the 3,000 watt inverter charger when hooked up to 30 amp shore powers that the 30 amp shore power that the batteries will also help supply more amps, making it less likely to blow the outside breaker?
Yes, absolutely. So with the Victron MultiPlus line of inverter chargers and the Quattros, they have shore power input current limits, and also power assist. So if you're connected to 15 amp shore power, you can set that shore power input current limit to 15 amps, and it's really not going to draw more than 15 amps. And you can turn that down even further if that 15 amp outlet you're connected to is also connected to a refrigerator or whatever you've got going on. And you can turn that down even further so that you don't trip that breaker if it's a shared kind of situation. And yeah, it's great. And if you exceed that shore power input current limit, it'll pull the remaining power that's being requested from the batteries through the inverter section. And we actually have a video about that. Maybe Grace could link. That is it's titled something in the ballpark of how does power assist work or something like that. And yeah, go check that out. It dives a little more in depth into that. It's like a 10-minute video or so. And yeah, it explains kind of how that works with some really great graphics that I think I remember cutting out with scissors and putting onto a whiteboard.
I remember that one.
It's a good video, though. Very helpful.
Great. Okay, this question is from Ken on Facebook. Purchased a 2022 C820, looking to get the maximum amp hours and looking to purchase a total kit made up of what batteries would I use? Looking to purchase a total kit. What batteries would I use, and what kit would you suggest that I purchase?
Would you read the first part about that again? I'm not seeing that coming through on my end.
It's on Facebook. That's why.
Oh,
it's
I guess
a
this
2022 SEA 820.
Oh, it's like a C820. It's like an old Chevy square body. Like what are we building here?
20. Is that like a?
Do I have that option to view that somewhere else?
I don't know. Is this a?
No, I don't have that option.
Okay, Ken, could you give us some clarifications on that? Is
that a motorhome?
Is that a boat? It's pulling up a boat for me, but I'm not sure exactly what exactly that is. But if you can give us a little bit more context on that, we'll answer that question for you.
Point you in the right direction.
Okay. Do I need a fuse or breaker after the DC to DC charger?
You need one more time. Do you need a fuse or breaker?
After the DC to DC charger.
Yes, you need a breaker or fuse both before and after the DC to DC charger on both sides. And if you navigate to any of our wiring kits, they include the proper breakers and the proper fuses in their proper locations right here in the wiring kits. If you're doing just a single DC to DC charger, it's pretty straightforward for the most part. Oh, my voice is getting weird. 1 second.
Voice starting to crack. Uh-oh. I said we were going to go until one of us loses our voice.
Now I'll just get a hot toddy and keep on trucking. So, let's see here. Let me find one of them. Alternator charging. And then DC to DC charger. Here's the 12-1250 wiring kit. And I'll show you where the fuses go. Yeah, so in this kit, all the fuses are included. You can see we've got our breakers and fuse right there. So 60 amp DC circuit breaker and 60 amp mega fuse. The breaker goes right up here by the starting battery on this end of the wire, and it goes into the charger right there and then comes out. And then you've got a fuse where it connects to the links distributor. So all of the wires and fuses and lugs and heat shrinks and junction studs and everything necessary to wire this entire charging section up is right here on shop.explorers.life. This weekend only, 25% off wiring kits if you purchase the component at its normal sale price.
Awesome. How far away can the touchscreen be from the Servo GX?
It's like 2 meters. So the touchscreen has a pre-attached cable on it, and that's how far it can be, which I think is 2 meters. Yep. You know, if you need to mount the screen further away, the Servo GX just has to come with it, and you have to use longer data cables to go from the components to the Servo GX, and then use the built-in screen on the back of the touchscreen to go from the touchscreen to the Servo GX. No extensions are allowed.
Yes.
If optimum performance is important to you. If you want the screen to sometimes like not read your touches, or if you want it to like sometimes flash, or if you want it to sometimes not turn on, or if you want it to sometimes not turn off, then you can use extensions. But
if you want it to not work,
yeah. If you want it to be very inconsistent functionality, you please use extensions. If you want it to just work normally, don't use extensions.
yeah. Cool. Okay. Ken clarified on this. It's a Cirrus camper 820. So that is a truck camper. Nate's mom actually happens to have one as well.
Yeah. Okay. Screen share right here. So we're going to be shop. We're going to be shop by application. We're going to be truck camper, customizable electrical systems right here. Cruising here. What size of system was this going to be?
They were looking for us to make a recommendation there.
So 3 different sizes of systems. Here we've got the Explorer Lite, the Explorer, and the Explorer More. This one, the Explorer, is the most popular one that we sell, and it is based around a multi-plus 3 kVA inverter charger. The Explorer Lite is our next most popular, and it's a little less powerful, built around a multi-plus 2 kVA inverter charger, and the Explorer More is our least popular in this particular segment just because of how huge it is. But it's a 5 kVA inverter charger, and keep in mind that you would need 800 amp hours at 12 volts worth of battery capacity to support this system, which usually you can't fit into a truck camper. So that's a lot. So the Explorer, this one revolves around multi-plus 3 kVA inverter charger and 400 amp hour minimum battery bank capacity on that. So that's the direction we would go with that. Our kit builder, maybe we can talk about our kit builder, how we've got this like working, since we got a pretty specific use case. Was there anything else like specific in that inquiry? That
the only other specification was 200 watts. They already have 200 watts of solar on the roof, but just ultimately wanting to revamp the whole system.
Yeah, sure. Can we just like walk through that?
Sure.
You good with that?
Yeah, go for it.
So, feel free to ask any questions you got, about this process in the chat, and we'll sort of answer them hopefully in real time as we're kind of working through this. But yeah, this is the Explorer 30 amp truck camper wiring kit. It's for 30 amp short power. We've done tutorials over the installation of this, and maybe Grace can drop the link to the truck camper installation that we did. The truck camper installation we did is the Explorer Lite, so it's a little bit less powerful of a system, but this is our more popular version, given you can fit the components. So for that, you just come down here, start with your base kit. For truck campers, I actually usually recommend the Victron MultiPlus over the MultiPlus 2. That's just because this one's shorter, and it usually fits in spaces a little bit better. So we'd go ahead and choose our programming on that. Set that to Battleborn for now. We just want one inverter. That's good to go. The alternate, MultiPlus 2, you just leave that as 0 because that's just sort of an alternate option that we've got going on. Inverter charger wiring kit. That's, the proper multi-plus, not the multi-plus 2, just as default. So battery bank wiring kit, since space is usually at a premium in your truck camper, let's drop this down to 4 batteries. That's a really popular size for this particular system. And we can cruise on down here. Links distributors included. 12-volt OEM battery bank relocation kit. So this would be the wire length from the Links distributor to the factory battery location. And just knowing how those Cirruses are set up, that's a pretty short run for the most part. And so I'll just leave that at 20 feet. We'll just leave this as a bus bar connection as default because this is going to cover 100% of use cases. This is just what replaces the OEM lead acid batteries in that little exterior compartment, given that's still where those are being installed. Splice kit, it's included. Like I say, the truck campers are really compact, so 20 feet from the splice box to the multiplus and back, that's usually more than plenty. You can always bump this up if you feel like you need a little more wiggle room, or if any of you following along have a different type of camper. Chassis ground, we'll leave it as it is with 1. Explore 30 amp motorhome wiring diagram. So that's just the diagram for the overall thing. And then the optional I had one, 6-gauge practice crimp kit. This is something that Steph sort of threw into all of our kits recently, so that people can practice crimps like on just a little short piece of wire ahead of time in case you want to practice on something that doesn't really matter that much. So this has actually been super popular.
It's been really popular. It's been pretty surprising how popular that's been. But yeah, it gives you a couple of different options. It comes with some lugs, some ferrules, and some ring terminals, so you can practice on all 3 of those and get your crimps down before you start digging into the actual kits.
Yeah. I actually didn't think these would be as popular as they have been. So that's kind of fun to see that like people want to practice on this kind of stuff. So we'll just add this one to this kit in particular. So cruising on over to monitoring. Back up here. Cruise down. We can leave these all as default. I think this is a great option with the BMV 712. That's a great system monitoring situation. Steph, do we want to do if I'm not sure how laggy the chat is, do you want Serbo GX in this system or not? Let us know real quick, and we'll come back to this build. I'm actually going to hop back over into ACAM. We'll come back to this. I'm just going to clear out my cart that I had previously built for something else. That way, when we go to add this to the cart, I can actually just share it with everybody in sort of live.
Let's
But we'll figure out the Serbo GX and come back to that.
I'm going to be honest, I don't even know how to get to our Facebook chat right now. Ira is monitoring that for me, so
maybe Ira can tune in.
Yeah,
or not tune in.
I hope Ira is tuned in.
He can let us know.
Yeah, Ira can let us know. But
Yeah.
Let's just, for now, we could just go ahead and do it with the Serbo GX because that's the most popular.
Yeah.
Our default is actually the BMV 712. But I have noticed recently that the Serbo GX has become way more popular, and I think more people, even just from this chat today, seeing how many people are asking about the Serbo GX and the differences and how to wire it and things like that. I think it's becoming a lot more popular than it has in the past.
Because I think whenever we introduced it on the channel, everybody's like, well, why would I want that? I can just use my phone and the Victron Connect app. And I think maybe I'm the same way, honestly. But I think maybe I'm in the minority, but that's okay. We may consider that. What do y'all think? What does chat think? Should we have this default to the more expensive Serbo GX option or the less expensive BMV 712 option? Obviously, you can change any of this, but what we have it set as a default is sort of what's most popular and what we recommend. But we're at odds here between Steph and myself on which is better.
We are.
So,
but we all know that I'm right anyway.
Yeah, that's true. So we're going to go ahead and say that we want the Serbo GX plus Smart Shunt monitoring bundle. That's what the direction we're going to go here.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got the Servo GX1. We don't need the Mark II in this particular situation. It's a little more expensive anyhow, and so it's already defaulted to 0 because that is how Steph has this set up, and it's wonderful. We're going to do the Touch 70 because if we're doing it, we may as well have the bigger display, and I know how a lot of people's eyes are, and the 7-inch display screen is going to be better than the 5-inch display screen. So smart shunt, we're going to leave that at 1. That's required. Links distributor wiring kit, that's required as well. That's all the wiring from the battery bank up to the links distributor. We're going to leave that as 1. So this is where it sort of gets confusing to a degree. It's all our data cables. So we're going to do Victron RJ45 UTP from inverter charger to Servo GX. We're going to say 3 meters. That's usually fine. 3 meters, it's usually fine from the smart shunt to the Servo GX. And then from the primary MPPT solar charge controller to the Servo GX, again, 3 meters is probably good there. And then Victron VE direct cable from secondary MPPT solar charge controller to Servo GX, and then, or from the Orion XS to Servo GX, and then add 2 if you're using dual Orion XS. We'll keep this system as a single dual Orion XS, I do believe, because that is a lot of power, and it's going to be fine for this particular system, I do believe. Mm-hmm. So, Steph, looking forward on this one, how would you approach adding a secondary charge controller to all of this, with the understanding that there's going to be a secondary charge controller plus a Orion XS? So the secondary charge controller is going to be going from his pre-existing solar panel.
I would do, that's a good question.
Could we just double this one? Could we bump that up to 2 right there?
Yep,
and
you could
then
do that.
Add the Victron VE direct to USB interface cable to accommodate the next VE direct port device?
Yes,
okay.
That is exactly how you do that.
Okay, so this is all handled here. So this is all the communication cables for everything that you would need. This is the most complicated part of the whole thing, is figuring out how many of these goofy little $15 cables you need. So the actual electrical stuff, super easy, barely any inconvenience. But the rest of this, the data cables, is the part that always trips me up. Servo GX mounting hardware included for free. Okay, moving on.
For free.
Marked down from 49 cents. Okay, next we got our batteries. You can select multiple options of batteries there, number of batteries here. We're good to go on our defaults as it stands. Add a roof solar array. How much solar do we want to add here? Let's call it, do we want to do...
They said they have 200, they already have 200 watts of solar on top.
Okay, and we're going to add some more?
Yeah, let's add some more.
Yep.
Let's add a...
Do we want to add...
400 watts.
Yep, two more 200 watts?
2 more 200 watts, yes.
Perfect, 2 more 200 watts. And so that's going to pre-populate everything here, from the solar charge controller to the wiring kit to the solar array wiring kit, PV connectors, solar wire, etc. Let's bump this up to 30 maybe, just to be safe. And then the solar panels and the mounting brackets, all that's here. So Steph, the main gotcha here is going to be the solar array wiring kit, the array options, because we're going to have a pre-existing solar array plus an additional solar array. So we need to choose...
We need to choose the dual
roof array.
Yes.
Perfect. Now, with this, you are going to have an extra roof entry gland that's going to be supplied to you, but we don't have a way to, like, the way we have our kits built out, we don't have an option to sort of get rid of that.
No,
so you're just going to...
Yeah,
and realistically, those things on our cost on these things is like pretty inexpensive on your side. So it's, yeah, you're not really wasting much. So, add a ground deploy solar array. So, let's see here.
I would say no on the ground deploy solar array.
Correct. Now, how would we, oh yeah, so that's true. So we're utilizing the pre-existing solar charge controller. Or no, we're not utilizing the pre-existing solar charge controller for the pre-existing rooftop.
For the pre-existing rooftop, we would want to replace it with the with another charge controller.
Yeah.
So I guess, if you wanted to just use the 7515, that's on the roof. I'm sorry, on the add a ground deploy, and then just remove the solar panels and remove the
isolator.
Yep.
And the PV connectors.
Yep.
And the solar
And
wire.
the solar wire. Yep. You don't need any of that.
Yeah, but this is going to give you the charge controller to hook your old solar panels up to into the Victron ecosystem. So all of the solar charge controllers can sort of, communicate back and forth and everything like that, as well as the small charge controller. You said 200 watts?
200 watts, yes.
And that's good for this.
That should be the 7515 that's already populated.
Perfect. So we're cruising there. Okay.
Cool. Yeah, that's one of the parts of the kit builder that gets a little bit confusing. So, if you do have that situation and you need some help with that part, just feel free to reach out to us and we can help you build a cart.
Yeah. If you reach out, hit that little chat bubble down here in the bottom right. And we're going to be monitoring that all weekend. Even Saturday and Sunday. Probably won't be on a full work day necessarily, but if you leave that, then we'll get back to you ASAP. That way we can make sure everybody gets in on these sales that wants to be in. Okay, so we're now on the alternator charging. This will be a lot simpler. So we're just going to select the Orion XS 1250 for towable campers.
Yes.
So that gives you the Orion. That gives you, we'll bump this up to 40 feet just to be safe. And then, with the wire length here, this is the wire length from the starting battery all the way back to the Lynx distributor. Spend some time with a tape measure if you need to, and kind of figure out that measurement on your own. Otherwise, I like to bump it up to the longest. That way we're not getting returns and stuff like that. Okay. Anderson connectors to make the connection at the hitch. That's good to go. Now shore power, accessories. So shore power cord, 15 amp to 30 amp shore power adapter plug. We'll just go ahead and include this. If you already have this, if you already have an RV, like most people already have this stuff, but I'll just leave it in here for the sake of this. It can always be removed from the cart later if you so choose to. This is an option where we can install it for you. It's going to start at that conversation of getting you guys on the schedule for 2025 to have this stuff installed. And remember, if you buy all of this stuff this weekend and book your installation this weekend for your installation for 2025, you're going to get the Black Friday sale, and you're also going to lock in your labor prices at 2024 prices instead of the price increase that we're going to be pushing January 1. So just a heads up here. But we'll leave it off for the sake of this particular one. Okay, and then you can go through and go as sort of check out and make sure that everything is included that you want. Nothing's weird going on. Add to cart. And then that will be added to your cart. It's a little slow because we're live streaming, so ignore all that. That's stuff that's for me on the back end. Cart's up here actually. Sorry. Got all these alerts that it's just telling me, it's like, you can't ship this via USPS. It's too heavy. It's like, well, we can't ship via USPS because they don't pick up at our place. So that's actually the main reason. Okay, so we've got here, we got everything here. Everything has been sort of pre-populated with the discounts and everything like that. And then you can go ahead and then just check out, and right there. And we actually offer financing through Affirm, PayPal, a couple different options for payments there. And that's pretty much how that is. In the event that you need to contact us about something for, what you've got going on here, if you'll click the share cart button right down here, for one, you could save this for yourself for later. Obviously, it won't save the discounts if you wait till after Black Friday, but you can click this little link button down here. You can share this to a Facebook group. If you think a Facebook group might benefit from this, I can't really share it because that's self-promotion, and groups don't like that. I went on a rant about that the other day. But more importantly, you can share that with us, and we can double check anything. So if you go down to the chat bubble and then start a conversation with us, and then you just paste that link that was just copied from that share cart thing, then we can sort of check over and make sure everything's good to go and that you're getting everything you need and nothing you don't. Okay.
Awesome. And Ken, since we already built that cart for you, if you do want us to share that cart with you and send it over to you, we can do that.
let me...
Nate can send it to me right now.
Yes, I sure can. Okay, perfect. I'll drop that in the chat. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute break, and we'll be right back. This weekend only at shop.explorers.life, we are running a huge sale on our wiring kits. Buy any component at our regular sale price and get the wiring kit for 25% off. So why choose an Explorers Life wiring kit? Well, it's simple. We've done the work for you. Each kit is tested in-house by yours truly. We've sourced the wires, tested the fit, and ensured every lug, ferrule, and connection fits perfectly. No guesswork, no surprises. Just a component with a perfectly matched wiring kit. And here's the best part. Our wiring kits are normally priced to match what you'd spend piecing them together yourself on Amazon, but with this weekend sale, you'll save an additional 25%, making our prices unbeatable. We've got kits for every major electrical system component. Visit shop.explorers.life and navigate to the component wiring kits section and grab your kit while it's still on sale. And we're back, and we're actually going to make some coffee. We currently have that going at this point in time. 5 o'clock came pretty early this morning, I guess, after yesterday. After a big Thanksgiving holiday and probably too much turkey and too much drinking and all that kind of stuff. But we're feeling good this morning, but just needing some coffee. So I'm going to peel away in just a second and grab us 2 cups of coffee. maybe a thermos.
Maybe a thermos.
So I shared that link with the team. Whoever's managing the various chats, could y'all share that around from our Google chat? That would be amazing. Okay, great.
Okay.
We have another question while I wait for coffee.
Yes, we do. Okay, so for the phone app controlled monitoring system, phone app controlled / monitored system, so without the Servo JX, what happens when the ever evolving phone tech / app is no longer supported? Do all of the app controlled systems work standalone as well?
I mean, technically, yeah. I mean, they're going to operate standalone, but like realistically, like the entire Victron equipment ecosystem, is built around the Victron Connect app. So, I mean, the only way that that's going to go away and not be supported is if Victron goes out of business. And I mean, they've been around for 40 years. So like they're a pretty established company at this point. I know you've got like various, I mean, I've got some other components around here that are app controlled solar equipment, and it's just like the app's not very good and stuff like that. And it's also a company that's hit or miss on if it's going to be around for very long. But I don't think you'll have anything to worry about that with Victron in particular, and unless I'm mistaken, unless I've just made this up in my head, the owner of Victron, or the founder's son, he's got a degree in software development, if I recall correctly. So like the development of software and keeping that app up to date is very important to Victron as a company. So I don't think that's going to be a consideration.
Yep. Cool. Travis said, I plan on upgrading from a 12 volt system to a 24 volt system. I have two 150 Victron charge controllers now. Will I need to change those? I have two arrays of 4 335 watt rich solar panels on my 12 volt system.
No, you won't have to change that. Probably not. Because if you go from a 12 volt system to a 24 volt system, the amperage of your solar panels, like it actually goes down with a 24 volt system just by nature of how that works for the same charging wattage. So you shouldn't have to change out your solar charge controllers. You'll have to change all your programming on your charge controllers, but that's not a big deal. Just be sure to change that programming before you turn the solar on. What else? I think that might be about it as far as those changes. Just make sure all your, you mentioned that you're upgrading from a 12 volt system to a 24 volt system. Just remember that you have to change all of your equipment to be 24 volt systems as well. Because if you change your battery bank to a 12 volt, or from 12 volt to 24 volt, but then you still got an inverter or a DC to DC charger or whatever that's still 12 volt in there that's not capable of handling 24 volt, which most aren't multiple voltage input devices, it will damage it to the point to where it cannot be repaired. So be careful. Wow, my chair just cracked. Did you hear that?
I heard it. Are you okay? Are you going to fall?
I didn't eat that much yesterday. Are you kidding me? Okay.
Good?
I think I'm fine.
Right.
It just scared me. It popped and it dropped like a quarter inch. I'm not sure what was going on with that. Okay, anyway, but like I was saying before, I just about got thrown in the floor. Be sure to change all of your chargers and your equipment out to its appropriate 24 volt battery bank. Otherwise, that'd be a really expensive upgrade.
Yes.
Yep, we've seen that before.
Okay, Wayne asked, the 12 volt refrigerator that I have purchased does not have an on-off switch. It'll be running 24/7 off of my 600 amp hour battery bank. Do you see this as a problem, or should I add an on-off switch?
I don't really see that as a problem. Anytime your system is on, your air conditioners or your refrigerator is going to be running. People don't typically just toggle their refrigerators off and on. We don't. Anytime our system is on, our refrigerator is running. So, and we have an on-off switch. So, I would say it's going to be fine. That's going to be no problem. And because remember, your refrigerator, it cycles on and off as it's needed, so it's not running all the time. It may be active all the time, but it's got a duty cycle of somewhere, let's call it 50% or whatever. So it's going to be on for 20 minutes and off for 20 minutes and on for 20 minutes and off for 20 minutes. And on for 20 minutes and off for 20 minutes. Copy paste.
Are you done?
For now.
Okay, moving on. Let's see. How do I say this? How any orientation are the Battleborn GC3 batteries? Am I causing problems for myself if I add an additional down the road, but they're farther from the connection than the original 24-volt system?
As far as any orientation goes, it doesn't matter how you mount those. The only sort of gotcha is more of like a logistical kind of situation, because if you mount them, I don't know, standing up like that on their ends, then it's really hard to get to that battery terminal that's on the bottom with your wrench and your socket. So just take that into account. But as far as electrically and chemically, it doesn't matter. So yeah, just take into account accessibility more than anything.
Yep. Cool. Okay. I know I need a solar disconnect before the MPPT charge controller, but what about after?
Yeah, to the store we go. So if you cruise over to our, shop.explorers.life up here into shop, and then go down to solar array bundles. We'll let that load up. Really testing the Starlink today. And then you can see in all of these various solar charging bundles that we have available from, we have such a huge variety of these. You can see what is necessary for each one and what is included. And keep in mind that if you buy the charge controller, you get the wiring kit 25% off this weekend only. Wiring is included, disconnects included, the fusing is included, and you'll notice that there's not a disconnect on this side. The disconnect is on the solar array side. This side just gets a fuse. So that's what's necessary for solar charging.
Cool. Okay, Wayne asked, once I figure out how to keep my two 12-volt batteries within the 5-foot distance from the Lynx distributor, is it okay to have the batteries themselves 2 feet apart from each other?
I'm just being the bearer of bad news on this particular project. But we really recommend keeping them adjacent to each other, just back to back. The shorter you can get all of your wires, the better your system's going to work, from a reliability standpoint. So, our 2 battery bank wiring kit only includes 1 foot of wire. So I have to recommend keeping those batteries right next to each other, so you can just use 1 foot of wire, so you can use that wiring kit. Yeah, that's sort of my final answer on that.
Cool. In the Transit build series, the Servo GX is wired directly to the Lynx distributor without a fuse. I was under the impression that every circuit needed a fuse. Is that not the case with the Servo?
I think it does have a fuse, unless I'm mistaken. If it doesn't have a fuse, it probably just looks like it doesn't have a fuse on via a camera trick, maybe, but it has a fuse. The wiring kit for the power wire for the Servo GX that comes with the Servo GX has a fuse in it. So yeah, it'll have a fuse.
Yeah.
And it should have a fuse, yes.
That's all the questions we have.
We are out. Okay, this is a great time for me to go get coffee. Okay, we're going to have a commercial break. I'm going to come right back with 2 steaming cups of coffee. Which commercial do you want to run?
I haven't been paying
Let's
attention.
do this. Let's do this one. This one's fun. This is probably my favorite. I really like this one. The team really likes that too. Let me know if you like it. I know y'all probably hate commercials, but they're promoting the Explorers Life store, which supports the tutorials we put out each and every week. And so here's my favorite commercial that I made. Want an Explorers Life electrical system, but don't want to do it yourself, and don't want to drive to us for installation? Boy, oh boy, do I have a deal for you. Let us install your electrical system into a custom-designed feather-built enclosure, and we will ship it
pre-assembled and pre-programmed, ready for you to make the final connections in your van. This weekend only, save $500 on any of our pre-assembled systems and have it on your doorstep in 4 to 6 weeks. Available now at shop.explorus.life.
And we're back. So I saw this come across. We got a coffee, thank goodness. So cheers to everybody still drinking coffee this morning. Is everybody still drinking coffee, or has everybody moved on to mimosas yet? Being Black Friday. We had somebody in the chat ask about, did the last ad imply it's a jungle out there for selecting an off-grid system? I like that one. So when I was making that ad, I actually put in the Nat Geo style background as a placeholder, and then I was like, you know what? Actually, I like that. It's going to stay.
It's pretty hilarious.
Yeah.
I will admit that did make me chuckle.
I just wish I had kept up that same vibe through all of them, but I had already had the other three made, and I was running out of time. I didn't want to go back and add them in there.
That's fair.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, honestly, on that same kind of same deal, it's it's a jungle out there for selecting off-grid electrical systems, and honestly, it kind of is like, the state of what's happening right now in off-grid electrical systems. I'm kind of like not centered up in my camera. Sorry, guys. Sorry, Instagram specifically. It wasn't for the probably 3 people that are watching on Instagram. So, electrical systems is such a wild deal with, who's selling what and everything like that. I touched on it last week in last week's video. Go ahead and raise your hand in the chat. Like if you watched last week's video about, map pricing and who's selling what. And, we kind of shared a screen grab of a Amazon seller who sells cheese graters and washing machine pumps and all that kind of stuff. And it's kind of hard to, do that. It's kind of hard to work with that kind of thing. Cause I actually, one of the other Amazon sellers, it wasn't that one. And, I'm not going to call them out who it was, but they tried to hire me years ago to run their tech support. And I can't imagine running tech support for basically Amazon because, there's no
thank you.
There's no way to, they're not an education focused company. And that's all we do. We're an education company that sells parts, not the other way around. We're not a parts company that sells it, that that does education, I guess. That's not really a thing. It's like just marketing on that side. But, we would rather teach you guys how this stuff works and then teach you how to design it, or but more specifically, how to install it. Because we do like teaching how to design it, but I know that there's so many gotchas that the average person doesn't care about. The way that I like to explain that is, if you buy Legos, you're going to get a whole bunch of Legos, in a box, in their little baggies with instructions, and then you're going to put the Legos together. You're not going to be 3D printing the Legos, making everything in AutoCAD or SketchUp or whatever the case is, and then 3D printing the Legos and then putting it together and publishing your own Lego handbook or whatever kind of situation. You're going to get everything you need, and then you're going to assemble it yourself based on the instructions that you've been provided. And that's exactly what we do. I like to say that we're kind of like the Legos of electrical systems, because we're going to give you everything that you need, and then you're going to install it, and you're going to install it based on the tutorials that we've made. And then if you run into a problem, we're going to provide you support. You're going to hit up that little chat bubble in the bottom right hand corner, and then we're going to get to you in no more than 1 business day. That's our standard that we've sort of set for ourselves, that we're going to respond to that stuff in 1 business day. And I would say 99% of the time we've got a tutorial that covers the specific thing. And if not, then we're going to draw up some diagrams and help you solve whatever problem that you've got going on. But that's sort of how we do things and how we're a little different. And, there's lots of other good dealers, good Victron dealers out there who, they may have that tech support, but they may not have the tutorial base backing them. And they may be sending you to our tutorials, and which that's kind of weird, but that's kind of how this wild jungle of electrical systems is. And then you would talk about the installation sides of things. Man,
Man.
Well, Steph, let's let you go on a rant for a second. How about that?
I don't even know that I want to go on a rant about this, but
specifically about the problems you've been having, because we have a wholesale program for installers. Mm-hmm. We have our own in-house installation team. So if you want Explorus Life to install it, we can install it. Both of our installations manager and our lead installers are in this chat right now, and we would love to install it for you. But for other installers, third-party installers, we also have a wholesale program for those who are doing sort of volume sales and stuff like that. And to do that, you had to fill out a form.
Oh, I see what you're wanting me to go on a rant about.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they have to fill out a form, and then they have to fill out all their information, and I'll let you take it from there. That's what I want you to rant on.
Yeah, so I wasn't sure which part of that you wanted me to rant on. So one of my requirements for our wholesale program is, the standard. You've got to have a tax ID number. You have to have a wholesale license. But the gotcha that I keep running into is I require you to provide a certificate of liability insurance. I want you to prove that you are a legitimate business with liability insurance. And the number of quote unquote installers that push back and say, I've never been required to have liability insurance in order to get a wholesale account. I just respond to them, well, I don't care about who you're buying your other parts from, but if you want to buy from us, I do require you to be a legitimate installer, and then a legitimate installer needs to have liability insurance, commercial liability insurance. And if you don't have that, I don't want you coming to us for tech support on an installation that who knows how you've done it. And, if the system catches on fire and you go out of business, and then that customer tries to come to us to sue us for it, like, we need you to have insurance on that. And I understand that that's not normal for, just a wholesale customer to need liability insurance. But as a legitimate business, you should indeed have liability insurance. And that should not be something that you're pushing back on and saying, absolutely not. I'm not going to go spend the couple $100 a year that it costs to get liability insurance, because if that's the case, then you're probably not a legitimate installer and you need to not be doing this.
Yeah, and it's one of those things too, because I think the stat that you gave me the other day was we had 10 people fill out that form to become, to get on our wholesale program, and 8 of them did not have commercial liability insurance.
2 of them sent it back to me.
So we're talking
The
an
other 8.
80% rate of non-insured installers out there. So, I don't want to say anything about their quality. I mean, they might be able to build the best quality system ever. We don't even ask about that like right off the bat, because ultimately we're not trying to run their business, but we do have to make sure that they have insurance. That way, if they do install it, bad, it doesn't fall back on us. We're not necessarily recommending any of these installers that we're selling the parts to a degree. But man, it was just really eye-opening from how many installers out there, professional installers, aren't running real businesses. They don't have liability insurance. If they catch your camper on fire,
Yeah, they're going to file for bankruptcy and move on, and you're going to be SOL. I think the other part of that too is, the installers out there that are not running legitimate businesses, but are buying wholesale from us. If they buy wholesale from us and then they go out of business, that serial number is still attached to us as a distributor, not that wholesaler that sold it to you, or installed it for you. So if they go out of business and you can't get in touch with them, you're going to get in touch with Victron, who's going to say, okay, well, the serial number is attached to Explorer's Life. Explorer's Life is now on the hook for it. So we don't want to be on the hook for tech support for an install that, came from somebody who was, kind of fly by the night installer.
Chucking a truck. I think Tucker's still watching, and that's a phrase that came from them. So Tucker Yarborough.
Chucking a truck.
Chucking a truck, yeah.
I thought you said shucking, like shucking an oyster. No. I was like, I have no idea what that means.
No, chucking a truck. So it's like, so you see Tucker Yarborough sitting in the chat there. They run an HVAC company out of Blanchard, Oklahoma, and they have insurance. I know they have insurance, and they've got like 50 something trucks, and they've got insurance on all of them and all the people who are driving them and installing things and everything like that. And I know that's something that they've dealt with. Well, so and so can do it cheaper. It's like, well, so and so is also not insured. They also don't have an office. They also don't have an official address.
For 2 minutes.
Yeah, they've been in business for 2 minutes. So, I know that's something that they deal with. That's something that now we're dealing with. And so, yeah, it's definitely a thing. So the long story short, whether you're just buying components from us or from somewhere else, or or you're getting your system installed, just do your diligence and be careful, guys. Because there are good installers out there that aren't affiliated with Explorer's Life, but there's bad ones that are also not affiliated with Explorer's Life. And then from a who to buy from standpoint, I'd put our tech support and our customer service up against anybody. And but there's some other good ones. Battleborn Batteries, they sell Victron components and they have great customer support. PKYS, that's another good one. Inverters R Us, that's another good one. Drawing a blank on the last one I'm thinking of. But there's more good ones, but be careful if you're trying to go elsewhere. We can't put our names behind anything else, so be careful. Okay, next question.
Moving on. Okay, that was quite the rant.
Well, we have
apologies.
to get some of the questions built up, So
that's true.
If you don't want to hear us rant, you're just going to have to ask more questions and quicker. So otherwise, we're just going to rant.
That's true. And Nicholas and Ira are going to have to slow down on answering the questions for us because we don't have, you guys, we don't have anything to do. No, but I do have a couple of questions here. Okay, so Joe asked, is there a decent, less expensive alternative to Battleborn batteries? Are all Victron batteries to be avoided for the reasons that you cited earlier?
Yeah, I mean, there's, as far as are there other options other than Battleborn? Yeah, of course there's other options. There's so many options. A quick Google search will turn up no shortage of options of batteries, but we can't really vouch necessarily for every battery manufacturer under the sun. We don't have experience with every battery manufacturer under the sun. There's so many of them. We have to sort of recommend what we know works, what we have relationships with, all that kind of stuff. Now, kind of switching gears into the question about Victron's batteries specifically, yeah, the whole reason why they have a external BMS and they require a bunch of extra components is the main reason that we have not ever had any content on our site about it. It's just a little too complicated whenever there's less complicated options out there.
It's not that they're bad. It's
Yeah,
just
not
that
that
they're not very DIY friendly.
Yeah, yeah. And it's like pretty much everybody watching this channel is they're trying to build their first or second electrical system. I would imagine, and I think that going with a Victron battery that requires an external BMS and all this extra other stuff, it's like trying to learn how to drive in a Lamborghini. It's like, I mean, could you do it? Yeah, sure, but you're gonna have a good time. That clutch is gonna be real stiff. Probably not. So that's kind of the way I say it. There's just easier and easier options out there. Yeah.
Cool. In a typical Victron system, how often do fuses blow? Would you recommend carrying spares for solar charge controller fuse, etc.?
In a properly designed system like you have at shop.explorers.life and all of our kits and everything like that, it's like very, very rare that they blow. I don't even have a failure rate figure just because it's so rare. For like solar charge controllers specifically. Now, I mean, could you blow a fuse on like your 12 volt cigarette lighter style of sockets? Yeah, you could blow those fuses and carry those, but those are just those little blade fuses that you probably have if you're like me, you already have, a box or two of those little blade fuses just stashed in your glove box anyway, because it's the same ones that your cars use. But like the mega fuses inside the Lynx distributor and the MRBF fuses for all that kind of stuff, all that kind of stuff is sort of designed so that it's fused at its absolute maximum potential. So, a charge controller, a 50 amp charge controller, it's never going to put out more than 50 amps. So as long as it's operating normally, you're never going to blow that fuse. It's never going to, oops, I accidentally drew 80 amps from this charge controller. That's not how charge controllers work. So realistically, like the chances that they blow, that's pretty much not a thing.
Cool. Okay. Mac asked, I'm going to be buying all of my electrical and want to double check that if I have two 300 amp hour, Matt, could you help me clarify that one? Oh, 300 amp hour and 200 amp hour charge and discharge. Will the other, I see what you're asking. Okay. So, how do I ask this? Mac is wanting to buy the MultiPlus and wanting to select the pre-programmed option, and would need to select the semi-universal. Let's see. I'm going to scroll back up here a little bit. I think Mac, hit me up with what kind of batteries you had. Were you the one that had the SOK batteries? But the question is, will the other / semi-universal option still work if the batteries are 300 amp hour and have a 200 amp charge and discharge rate? And I believe they are. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you said you had two of those.
If you have two batteries and each battery has a 200 amp charge and discharge rate, you're going to be wiring those in parallel. That's 400 amps of charge and discharge. Our programming is going to be fine. None of our systems operate at that high of a charging nor discharging rate. Yep.
Yeah, assuming that you have a MultiPlus 3K. That would be great if you've got two of those batteries. Yeah. If you've just got one of those, then the MultiPlus 2K would work, but that would be too low for the 3K.
Yep.
Cool. Okay. Can I wire my DC to DC charger and MPPT directly to the battery with a fuse? I have 4 I have 4 devices, so my links distributor is maxed out. I figured that would be okay, but have seen the diagram, which have them all running to the links distributor. For that, I would actually recommend, and I just realized that Nicholas already answered this one too, but exactly what Nicholas said, the dual MRBF fuse holder can extend the links distributor, and if you go on our YouTube channel, which you're already on, if you search on our YouTube channel for
Explore if you search
Explorus Life Links hack.
No, it's
add a space.
Add a space. If you search on YouTube for Explorus Life Links Distributor, add a space, it's going to turn up a video that's going to show you how to just hang one of these terminal block fuses or terminal block fuse holders off the end of the links distributor, and then each one of those will be fused. So that's how you'll go with that. Yep, basically.
Cool. Can we build the same type of camper van build in India?
Yes, I would say so. Your shore power voltage is going to be a little bit different. You're probably going to use a different outlet, which is probably going to be, I don't know off the top of my head, but just geographically, I'm going to guess that India is doing a 230 volt power grid. And so all your outlets are going to be 230 volt. And all of your shore power inlets are going to be 230 volt. So yeah, we can do that. We don't have that available on our site right now, but we can definitely get all that stuff for you. And get you pointed in the right direction.
Yep. Perfect.
That'd just be something we'd have to discuss over shop.explorers.life/support.
Yep. Let's see. Do you have wholesale installers that you are connected with now? We are in upstate New York.
Wholesale installers that we're connected. So our installations are in Oregon, and so if you want us to install it for you, we'd love to do that for you. We're booking currently for 2025, and if you book before or if you book during 2024. For a 2025 installation, you're going to lock in 2024 labor rates. And if you want to take advantage of the wiring kit sale going on this weekend, that's the biggest way to save. So if you basically get on that this weekend and get on the schedule for 2025, then you can have some pretty significant savings. And the drive from New York to Oregon is beautiful. That's what most of our clients from our installation customers from the East Coast end up doing. They just cruise on across, and our installation team is located in Blue River, Oregon. It's in the beautiful McKenzie River Valley, and it's just absolutely beautiful out there. And so most people end up dropping their camper off for the week, and they grab a hotel room, and they cruise around the area, and just have some adventures. There's all kinds of hiking opportunities and rafting opportunities and all that kind of stuff. Make a little bit of a trip out of it, and then when you're way back, you've got a brand new electrical system that is going to work perfectly. We also have options to fly our installers to you. Obviously, with the price of flights and hotels nowadays, that's pretty expensive, but I guess it's not up to me to tell you how to spend your money. So we have 2 options for you to get your system installed by us here at Explorers.life. Yeah.
For the Garmin Power Switch, does it require any additional fusing on each branch?
A great question. The Garmin Power Switch, no, it does not, because each of those is more or less fused internally. Although it's not quote unquote a fuse, if a circuit gets overloaded, whether it's just overused or if it's on a short circuit, that's just going to shut down. It's just going to be a software-based kind of shutdown kind of situation. It can't flow more power than it can do. And if it detects a short circuit kind of situation, then it's just going to shut down, and then it may send a couple milliseconds worth of power to see if that short circuit situation still exists. And if it does, it's going to shut down even more. I will say, if you've already got the power switch, use it. It's great. I think we've got it too. I think Chad, he just installed it in a power box that we'll be revealing on the channel later next month. But Red Arc also has a a power switch kind of like module that's we demoed and we're going to have in our store early next year. That's super, super cool. So I can't wait to get my hands on that one a little bit more, but we'll have tutorials about that one before it goes on the store. So yeah.
Cool. Let's see. Are there any rules of thumb for configuring a system so that it doesn't overheat in the summer or get cold in winter conditions?
I wouldn't say that's like a configuration thing. That's just like, where do you install it? Just install the system in a, conditioned place of the RV or van or whatever, so that it stays roughly the same temperature as the living space. That's the best way. If it's in like an exterior compartment of an RV, maybe reduct a heater vent down into there for the cold winters. And then, in the summer, if it's in like the underbelly of a camper, that area is usually less prone to overheating just because it like sort of just stays cooler down there. Because it's not getting like hit directly with the heat. So, that's the main thing. Just make sure it has adequate ventilation, all that good stuff. So that's the main things.
Cool. Josh said, I've been planning to buy the Explore Van wiring kit where you can edit the options in the base kit. I see the discount on the other kits where you can't change the base option. Is this discount not available on the more customizable kits? The answer is yes, it is indeed available. You just have to add those to your cart, and the discount is buy a component and get the wiring kit 25% off, and that will apply to every single component and every single wiring kit in that bundle. Or 1-to-1, that is, at a 1-to-1 ratio. So for every component you buy, you get 25% off of that wiring kit. But those prices don't show up until you have added it to your cart, and it will auto-apply the coupon code.
Yep. So component, wiring kit, rinse, repeat, copy, paste, and all of them are discounted.
Yep. And do you have anything in your cart that you can show them how the discount auto-applies?
Maybe. You may have to show me where it applies. I don't think I've looked at it yet.
Okay. So right there, just scroll down. So all of those prices, I can't see your screen right now, but and I'm on a lag on my side, but
right.
I believe those are all already discounted down now that you have added them to your cart.
Perfect. Yep, here it is. So we've got our coupon right here.
Cool. Yep, I see it.
Cool. Yeah, so it's telling you how much each one of them is saving off of each one. So over here on the right-hand side. So it's kind of hard to see to a little bit of a degree. So but those are some huge savings. I had no idea that, like, we're giving that much off. Wait a second.
It's fine. I ran the numbers.
Okay.
We're okay.
Okay, so yeah, get in on that.
This is why I'm in charge of the accounting, not Nate.
Okay, what's next?
Okay. Brian asked, can you explain about the heated Battleborn batteries versus non-heated, and when and why to use them with the switch specifically? Yeah,
so heated batteries. If you're installing these in a camper where, the batteries may be subject to sub-freezing temperatures, you really have to keep lithium batteries above freezing if you want them to be able to be both charged and discharged. And, Battleborn has heated batteries, and they have a switch where you can either enable or disable heating. Now, it's important to understand that the switch is not enabling or disabling heating, it's enabling or disabling the thermostat. And so if the batteries fall to a certain temperature and the switch is on, then it's going to heat up the batteries to, let's call it 40 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's like, 3 degrees Celsius or something like that. And then it's going to turn them on, and then it's going to turn them off, and then it's going to turn them on, just kind of keep them at that nice temperature of, like 40 degrees Fahrenheit or so. And if you turn that switch off, it's just going to disable heating. It's going to disable the thermostat. No heating is going to go on. But if that switch is on, then if that switch is on, then the thermostat's going to be active and it's going to allow that heating to happen. But you're not like forcing the heater to be on all the time, because otherwise it would just heat up to too hot, and then it would also just waste a bunch of power. And as far as like, if you should install a switch versus if you shouldn't install a switch, I think in all of our tutorials, I've installed the switch. But I think I did that more so to show people how to do that, because the kit comes with the switch. But when we did the Overland truck build off with Grace and Chad, that's going to be showing, it's going to be on the YouTube channel next month, I think they both opted to not install the switch and just allow the thermostat to just be on all the time. I know Grace did for sure. I remember talking with her about that. I don't remember if Chad did or not. I think he opted out of having the switch. So anytime it gets too cold, the battery's just going to keep itself nice and heated. Otherwise, it's just set it and forget it. So I think that's sort of the direction that I would go with that.
Cool. Forgot where I was. Okay. Do you have any installation guide resources? Sorry, my microphone keeps... Oh, I keep pushing my microphone away from me. I was going to try to blame it on the microphone itself, but it's me. It's me. I'm the problem.
Dang, my microphone keeps going away from me. That's very strange. Okay.
Anyway, Christian asked, do you have any installation guide resources for the Victron Orion XS 1250? The Sprinter full installation tutorial does not cover the 60 amp surface mount breaker.
Yes. And so, the thing with this is we have on the store, we have
This weekend.
Sorry, I clicked.
Did you run that?
I clicked the wrong button. My bad. They're this far away from each other. Okay, so let's try this again. All right, we're on screen share at the moment. So on all of our component wiring kits, let's navigate to that one specifically. Branch circuit wiring kits, component wiring kits, right here. Wait for this to load up. Alternator charging. Y'all are just getting the tutorial over how to navigate the site. And Orion XS right here. Okay, so on all of our diagrams, we have the fuses, the lugs, the heat shrink, the junction studs, more wire lugs, ferrules if necessary, which they're not in all kits, and the surface mount breaker, which is attached with wire lugs here. I think you can. Do we have a high res? Yeah, we do. Here it is.
Yep.
So the high res is available here, and everything's labeled. And I think the key takeaway here is on the YouTube channel, we have tutorials that teach you how to install fuses, how to crimp wire lugs, how to install heat shrink, how to cut wire, how to crimp the lugs, how to strip the wire, and how to do all of this. So even though we don't have a video that is specifically for the installation of this specific kit, I think that anybody who stumbles across this particular kit and uses the tutorials on the YouTube channel should be able to install this by sort of, using those tutorials on how to install wire lugs, how to install heat shrink, how to install ferrules and stuff like that. That's sort of the direction we're going with a lot of the tutorials that you're going to find here on the shop going forward. Because if we have to make an actual installation tutorial about literally every single component, it's really going to take us too long to do. To put all these components on our store, because how to install a Smart Solar MPPT 150 and how to install a Smart Solar MPPT 130, the wiring exact same. So we don't need a diagram for both necessarily. If you can just sort of look at the diagrams and then use the tutorials that we've made available for wiring basics. Grace, I just saw her share our wire terminals basics playlist. And yeah, if you just utilize those, you're going to be able to install everything. And if you're running into issues, hit up that little chat bubble on the bottom right of our store, and we're happy to point you in the right direction on any of that kind of stuff. But that's sort of, the methodology of how the Explorers Life channel is going to be evolving whenever we add new components to the store.
Yep. I will also say that we actually do have an installation tutorial of a retrofit of the Orion XS that shows that breaker.
Oh, it does show the breaker. Ooh, no, it doesn't. It doesn't show.
Doesn't
We
show the
we
breaker?
installed a breaker, but we didn't.
We didn't show it?
Well, because it wasn't really relevant for
I see.
the
Okay.
the retrofit.
Darn.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so close. But
Okay. What is your opinion on solid copper bus bar connections versus wire between batteries in a battery bank?
yeah, so if you'll come over here and check out shop.explorers.life over here in our individual wiring kits and go to component wiring kits and wait for that to load. And then check out our battery bank wiring kits. We have wiring kits available for anything from 2 battery bank wiring kits up to 8 battery bank wiring kits for both being wired in series and being wired in series parallel. Your series wiring is going to be like this, and we use wire. We use wire for this. It's pretty much the easiest way. It's going to be the most universal fit. It's going to be a little bit more flexible in its installation. I mean, I've done copper bar in the past, and it's just not a repeatable thing. Trying to add copper bars to our store that fit every manufacturer of battery out there, that's sort of not a thing. Then we'd become a bus bar manufacturer over anything. And that's not something we're particularly interested in. So just go with wire. You can use our battery bank wiring kits. They work perfectly for whatever battery you choose, whether it's battle-borne batteries or something else that you sort of recommend. So yeah, check that out.
Cool. I will take this question, but Jonathan asked, I'm buying the Explore Transit Electrical System wiring kit right now. Chose no solar panels because I already have 400 watts of panels. Does the kit still come with all of the wires and parts needed for the panels? And the answer to that is yes. That's one of our pre-designed kits, and it comes with enough PV connectors for, I believe it's four solar panels. So those are already included in the kit, even if you don't buy the solar panels directly from us. So
Perfect. Thank you.
good there. And then I think I can answer this one as well.
Oh, good.
Can you do custom length wire and connector packages? For example, 15 feet of 4-aught wire with 12 5/16 inch wire lugs and heat shrink. Figured I would ask before giving Bezos more money. And we appreciate that, but no, we don't do that. And the reason that we don't do that is because, like Nate mentioned before, we make sure that all of our systems and all of our wiring kits are going to work 100% of the time with the components. And 15 feet of 4-aught wire, we don't have a single kit that has that much 4-aught wire in it. And so, we want to be sure that the wire that we're selling you is actually going to work for the system that we're also selling you. And that's why all of our kits have a specific length of wire associated with them.
I would ask what you're trying to hook up, because maybe we've got a wiring kit that'll work for your needs. If you're trying to get 15 feet of 4-aught and then 12 5/16 inch lugs, I wonder what you're wiring together, because it doesn't seem like it's just one component probably. So yeah, I would sort of see what you've got going on there, and I would see what kind of wiring kit we've got that could fit, because yeah, all of our kits that don't include 15 feet of 4-aught wire, it's for an electrical reason, not for we don't want to stock it reason. Yep. So yeah, yep. I'd be curious to see. Just drop it in the chat and see if we can figure something out for you.
Yeah, awesome. And Joe asked, Joe's screen name is Joe Blow. I'm cracking up every time I read it.
I know. He asked a question earlier, and I didn't want to I just said Joe from the chat.
Joe
I didn't
from
want
chat.
to like Joe Blow like this. It's funny.
Okay.
We're being trolled.
Yes.
We're being trolled with really good questions.
Yeah. I want to get a pre-built kit with 3 batteries, 100 amp DC to DC charging, and 2 kVA inverter. Can one be pieced together and I still get the same sale price discount for the other pre-bundled kits? Yes.
Definitely.
Effectively, yes. Yeah. So you'd be buying with that. You would. Oh, you know what? When you say pre-built, are you asking us for the the pre-built where we build the entire thing and ship it to you assembled? Or are you looking at the pre-designed ones where you're still installing it yourself? You're still building the system yourself?
Let us know that. And
Yeah. Effectively, the answer is still yes. We can, we will.
let us know. Actually, don't let us know. Yes. That's the answer.
The answer is still yes, but I want to give you the correct answer based off of what actually you want. Because if you're just wanting to piece together okay, so just the kit.
Just the kit.
So if you're just wanting the kit, yeah. So we can build that out for you in the cart, and again, for every component that you buy, you're going to get a discount on the wiring kit. So
Yep.
we can help you build that out. If you want to shoot us a message on the shop chat, the shop chat bot. Watson.
Just this little guy right down here in the
If you
bottom
will
of the
let
chat.
Watson know, our personal shop butler, know that you want that kit, we will help you out. I believe Chad is currently in our support ticketing system helping people build out carts, but if not, then as soon as we get off of here, I'll be jumping in there and building out carts. So if anybody wants a customized cart built, I am happy to do that. That is pretty much what I'll be doing all weekend, is just building out carts for people and helping them, get the right parts. I said this at the beginning of the live stream, but now that we're 4 hours in, we are 4 hours in, I'll say it again. It's easier for us and easier for you, and probably less expensive for you if we help you build that cart out and get you all of the right parts from the get-go. So if you're not buying one of the pre-designed kits, or if there's something that is, if there's something odd in your system that you just need some assistance with, go ahead and reach out to us first before you place the order. Because if you place the order first and then reach out to us for changes, it kind of slows down the process, and it's a little bit more clunky on our end than just getting it right the first time. So we would appreciate it if you guys would, just reach out to us. We're here to help. We're happy to help. Obviously, we've been out here for 4 hours. And just helping people out, but that's what we enjoy doing.
Yeah, this little chat bubble here on the bottom right hand side of the shop, you just click on that and then send us a message, and then we've got our little chat bot's going to ask you some preliminary questions. And if I need help placing an order, it's what seems like most people are going to be doing. So I need help placing an order. It's going to ask you a couple more questions, and then it's going to let you know that we'll be back around soon. Give you the option to talk to a person. Just go ahead and click that button, and we'll be available pretty much all weekend for the most part. We're going to be sure to keep on top of things because the sale does end on Monday, and we want to make sure that everybody gets their questions answered to take advantage of the savings.
Yes. Also, on that note, with the chat, when you do click on that chat support and put in your questions, be sure to put in your name and your email address, because if we don't get back to you immediately, we can respond to you via email. And if you don't put in your email address, then if you navigate away from that chat and click out of the website, then that all goes away, and we don't have any way to contact you to help you.
Yeah, exactly. And there's next question down the way was I think it's just a piggyback of how do they contact us. So I think that answers that, because the specific question was, what's the best way to contact you to make sure that I'm purchasing everything I need? We'll likely need to do this type of package with travel trailer, electrical, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, perfect. Hit up that, give our kit builders a shot, because I think we've made them pretty user intuitive for the most part. And, if you do that, then you've sort of given your best effort to make sure that we have the information that we need on our end to sort of move forward. and then you can hit up that chat bot, and we'll be on the other end to make sure that you get the answers you need.
Yeah, exactly. And Joe, on that one in particular, I would say go to our shop by application, and click on travel trailer, tow behind camper, whatever.
Here, let's show it in real time. What did you say? Shop
by application, tow behind camper, and customizable. And then click on the Explore Lite is going to be what you're looking for on that one. And you can customize that one with your specific needs, with 400 amp hours of batteries and 600 watts of solar, rather than on the YouTube kits. If you go to shop and then shop, YouTube projects, those are the exact YouTube projects that we've done on our YouTube channel. So if you want anything customized about those, go to the customizable ones. That's going to be way easier for you. There's a lot. It's a lot more intuitive if you go through the step-by-step questions, rather than trying to change the YouTube project ones.
Yeah, the YouTube project kits that you see here, we've done all these YouTube projects in the past, and the YouTube projects are, if you want to watch the YouTube video and you're like, I want that kit. It's like, well, do you want any changes? Nope, I want that kit. Then that's what you need. If you're one of the kind of people who is like, I want that kit, except I would like I'd like an extra battery and maybe a little bit more solar or a little less solar, then that's when you go to the shop by application. Just ignore the YouTube projects at that point. Yep. YouTube projects are, I want that kit.
Yep. Perfect. Okay, Josh also asked, do you sell tools, big lug crimpers, wire strippers, etc.? No.
We've tried.
We have tried.
We can't get tool manufacturers to respond to emails. I think that if we're not Home Depot, they don't want to do business with the little guys.
It's very strange.
It's so frustrating.
It is very strange.
We've tried.
Yeah. So no, but we do have a video and a blog post over the ones that we do recommend and everything. Yeah. So
if you Google search for Amazon storefront, sorry. Ignore everything I just said. If you search
Google Amazon storefront.
Let me try again. If you Google search for Explorus Life storefront Amazon, then it should pull you to a little sort of shoppy kind of thing that's on Amazon. That's all of our recommended tools.
I'm also just going to drop the blog post in the chat for you.
Okay, that works too. Yeah, a couple options there. I wish we could make this easier, but if anybody has a contact at Klein that will actually respond to emails, we would love to do business.
Okay, I have completely lost where in the world I am.
That's okay.
Let's see. Okay, I have the 7515 MPPT 7515. What MRBF fuse should I get?
Screen share to the store.
To the store we go.
So for the 7515, the charge controller, the charge controller wiring kit, you can find charge controller wiring kits under shop, and then individual wiring kits, and then solar charge controller wiring kits. And then I'm gonna wait for that to load. And then what was it? 7515?
Yep.
7515 right here. And the MPPT 7515 wiring kit includes the blade fuse that you need to connect to the side of the Lynx distributor right there. Blade fuse there, connect to the side of the Lynx distributor. No MRBF fuse needed, nor required, nor recommended.
Yep. MRBF fuses don't come as low of amperages. That means. Okay, wheelbuilder.com asked, I want to purchase a battery bank wiring for a multi+2 3 kVA system. My math shows 250 amp max for 2-aught wire. Is that correct? I notice you have 4-aught on your site.
So I'm reading it too. Battery bank wiring kit so your battery bank wiring kit wiring size is going to match the wire size that goes from the battery bank to the Lynx distributor. So, for example, let's see, what's this going in? If I recall, because I recall from email conversations, this is going into a van. So the customizable electrical system, let's just hop over there. We'll just pretend. Okay, let's see here. So the Explorer is our system built around the Multiplus 3 kVA. There's an option for both the 1 and the 2. And it utilizes 4-aught wire between the batteries. 4-aught wire between the batteries, as well as 4-aught wire from the batteries to the Lynx distributor, and 4-aught wire from the Lynx distributor to the Multiplus. So that's sort of how that works. Now, in more complicated, complex systems, some of those wire sizes may change and they may not all match up. But, for a single battery bank, single inverter system, all of those sizes of wires are going to match. So battery bank to Lynx distributor, and Lynx distributor to Multiplus, all those wire sizes are going to be the same. And that's sort of how this kit's set up. Your Multiplus 3K wiring kit, this is 4-aught wire. This was set up for 4-aught. You can't even change that to 2-aught wire. That's not even an option we give you because it's not allowed. And so that's sort of all handled for you on the, just right there on the builder. So, yeah.
Cool. Jason asked, I want to add 100 to 300 watts of solar to the existing. I want to add 100 to 300 watts of solar to the existing 400 amp hour Multiplus 3K system. Do you have an existing kit?
So all of our kits have near infinite. Oh, infinite, that's a little dramatic. There's a ton of different solar charging options on any of these kits. Let me hop back into what we were just talking about. So for example, let me go ahead and select programming for one of these so we can move forward. So once you build out your kit down to the point to where you've got your solar, so you can add your roof solar array, you can add any of these solar charging options. So anywhere from 200 up to 1500. So we've got all kinds of options available for you as far as solar charging wattages in various sizes and various wattages of panels, number of panels, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's what you're asking. If not, hook us up with a clarification there.
Cool. Okay, I got the expedition truck kit from you last year with 2-aught wiring, so our Explore Lite. I'm going to add a 12-volt 3K inverter. Not the Multiplus, I don't have room. I would replace the battery to Lynx and add battery wiring and add the inverter to the Lynx. So, okay, can you clarify that one for me? Because I believe what you're saying is you have a Multiplus 2K and you're wanting to add are you saying that you want to add another inverter to that, or are you wanting to replace the 2K with a 3K, but not a Multiplus? If you could clarify that for me, that would be super helpful.
Yeah, let's clarify that before we try to fix that problem before it manifests itself.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Moving on to the next question.
I think he just answered.
Oh.
It says yes, that's what he was looking for. But I think you gave him 2 options. Are you looking to add an inverter?
No. Sorry. That's a different person.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Sorry. I'll stay out of the chat.
Cool.
Let you do your job.
Okay. That was the question about the custom length of 4-aught wiring. They said they did not get the Multiplus in the kit last year. So got the Expedition kit with 2-aught wiring last year. Did not get a Multiplus, so no inverter. And wanting to install a 3,000 watt inverter, but not a Multiplus, and replace the wiring. So I see what the question is. So, I still think I would recommend just buying the individual kits. This
Yep.
is the one that wanted the custom
length.
length of 4-aught wiring. I still would recommend buying the individual kits. Because ultimately, I don't think that there's going to be a ton of overlap, maybe just from the links
Yeah.
distributor. I'd have to look at what you've already purchased, but
Yeah, and we can
But
and we can look at what you've already purchased.
Mm-hmm.
If you hit up that chat bubble in the bottom right, we can look up your order from last year and see what that is. But and just if what you've got going on is what I have sort of imagined in my little brain, you got your battery bank wiring kit. You just grab a battery bank wiring kit with 4-aught wire here for the 3,000 watt inverter, plus the links distributor wiring kit, which is back here on the 2 on this side. I mean, you're going to have some extra parts probably, if you do it like this, but we can sort of figure out what that's going to be. We don't really do partial kits, but maybe we can get you an end-to-end solution so you're not sort of like, left out to dry. Does that sort of make sense, Steph?
I think that makes sense to me. But
Yeah.
let's
Yeah. Okay.
Just
Perfect.
reach
Yeah,
out to us.
just reach out on that little support bubble and we'll get you headed in the right direction.
This weekend only at shop.explorers.life, we are running a huge sale on our wiring kits. Buy any component at our regular sale price and get the wiring kit for 25% off. So why choose an Explorers Life wiring kit? Well, it's simple. We've done the work for you. Each kit is tested in-house by yours truly. We've sourced the wires, tested the fit, and ensured every lug, ferrule, and connection fits perfectly. No guesswork, no surprises. Just a component with a perfectly matched wiring kit. And here's the best part. Our wiring kits are normally priced to match what you'd spend piecing them together yourself on Amazon, but with this weekend sale, you'll save an additional 25%, making our prices unbeatable. We've got kits for every major electrical system component. Visit shop.explorers.life and navigate to the component wiring kits section and grab your kit while it's still on sale.
what's next?
Alrighty. Next question from Larry. Is it okay to mix battery manufacturers of my batteries in my build? Multiple 12 volt, 100 amp hour lithium batteries. A couple are 3 years old and it's time to expand.
Yeah, basically no. It's, if you ever run, will it work? Probably. It's probably going to be fine. Sort of like if you mix manufacturers of tires on your truck, it's probably going to cruise down the road just fine. But the thing with it is, if you're mixing manufacturers of batteries, if they're the same amp hours and they're the same voltage, they're probably going to work fine to a degree. But if you ever run into any problems, and you have to file some kind of warranty claim or any kind of tech support or anything like that, they're going to see that and they're going to be like, denied. Nope. Because there's, who knows what the BMS is programmed for in your own things. There may be imbalancing problems or whatever the case is. There's just too many gotchas for any manufacturer to say that that's okay. Which means that as Explorers Life, we also have to say that that's not okay. Yeah. So would it work? Maybe, but can we recommend it? It's on you.
Cool. Mac asked, I'm going to end up with 5 100 amp hour lithium batteries, and I'm getting your 600 amp hour 3K inverter and 400 watt solar kit. Do you think I'll have any issues with 5 100 amp hour batteries instead of 6? No, there won't be any issues with that. The minimum on that kit is 400 amp hours, so 500 amp hours is totally fine.
Yep.
With that particular kit, you're just going to end up with one extra set of lugs and heat shrink and a little bit of extra wire, but that's it. All good. Wayne asked, the super high roof 2025 Ram ProMaster does not come with built-in T-nuts for mounting a roof rack. Do you have a recommendation for the best way to mount solar panels?
I'm not really an expert on roof racks, to be totally honest. So I don't know what all is available. If you're trying to go find roof rack options, I'd probably reach out to a roof rack specialist, which is going to be probably Unaka. Mm-hmm. Reach out to them and see what they say. Get the roof rack from them, then come back to us once you got that sort of figured out for solar panels, all that stuff. They've got all that stuff, or they've got the roof rack stuff dialed.
Yes.
And so they know what they're talking about with that stuff. Yeah.
Cool. Jason asked, I want to add DC to DC charging so that the house system can charge the chassis battery. The Victron DC to DC chargers seem to be only configurable for the other way around.
Yeah, so realistically, we could add another Orion to go in the opposite direction, I guess, and then you're sort of charging everything in one go off of solar to a degree. There's a couple weird gotchas there, but realistically, in most of our systems designs, we don't do that because your alternator of your engine is designed to keep your starter battery charged up, and you don't need something else to do that. If your starter battery is going flat, certainly you ask yourself why. It's is the battery old and is dying? Did I leave my headlights on? Did I leave a door open? Did I do any of these other things that cause starter batteries to die? And then fix those things. Turn off your lights, replace your starting battery if it's old and worn out. That kind of stuff before we sort of worry about these band-aids. I'd love to sell you more parts. I'd love to sell you an Orion wiring kit that goes in the opposite direction and teach you how to do that. My chair just popped again. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
If I end up in the floor, filing workers' comp because I'm currently on the clock.
Dang it, I'm going to have to file an incident report.
If you're worried about your starter battery dying, I would, instead of doing that, although I would love to sell you that part, consider carrying a portable jump starter. The NOCO makes one. It's pretty great. Then you can jump start yourself if your starter battery goes dead, and then you can figure out why your starter battery died. The other option is, then you can charge somebody else's. You can jump start somebody else's system if you need to, and then that jump starter can be powered by your system. So yeah, and I'm seeing this the next one that just popped up in the chat. Nate, all your comments are absolutely correct. Sprinters are notorious for draining chassis batteries, and in my experience, that's not really true. I mean, there's definitely people who are very vocal about their Sprinter batteries being discharged on Facebook, and just remember that you're hearing the noisiest, the squeaky wheel. If you got one squeaky wheel, there's 3 other wheels that are working just fine. So, like I said, if you want to go that route, let us know. We can put you together a solution, sells you more parts. But I almost feel like I am being unethical if I push something that I don't feel like is really necessary. But if you really want it, happy to sell you the parts. Yeah, just hit us up in the chat support, and we'll figure out a solution for that.
Yeah, and I think in my experience too with that kind of stuff, it's a lot of people who are trying to throw parts at a problem rather than fixing their
Replacing their starter battery.
Replacing their starter battery, or turning off all of their lights properly when they leave the vehicle. If you're leaving your cabin light on all throughout the night, and then your starting battery is dead, well, it's not because the starting battery is bad. It's because you left the light on, or left something plugged into it, or any number of things could be happening. And we run into that quite often. That it's more so the person not following proper operating procedures of the battery versus the actual battery, and wanting to throw parts at their problems rather than just solving the problem.
Yeah,
so not saying that that's 100% of the time the issue, but that's just kind of
in our experience. Yeah. And I would also say with that whole thing, lead acid starter batteries, they're only good for 3 years? They're not good for that long.
That's true. Yeah.
Historically, they need to be replaced every couple of years. The other day, personal example, in our tractor.
I was about to say that. Man, that was an expensive battery too.
Yeah, in our tractor, we just had to spend a couple $100 on a new lead acid starter battery, just because the battery was, I don't know how old it was. The sticker on the front had worn all the way off, and so it had been there for a long time. I think. We got the tractor used, and so I don't know how long it had been in there, but it started being sort of weak to start as the weather got colder, weaker to start, and then all of a sudden I was having to put it on the charger with a little Victron IP65 charger, and let it set before it would fire back up. And instead of trying to figure out all these solutions to having it back charge, or let's put a solar panel on top of it, it's like, well, no, I just went down to Napa and grabbed a new starter battery and plopped it in place, and that was the end of that. So long story short, we'd love to sell you more parts, but we also feel unethical if we don't tell you that there's probably a better way to avoid it. But yeah, if you want us to sell you more parts, hit us up at shop.explorers.life/support. We'd love to sell you a custom kit that sort of meets that need. Yep.
Okay, I think we've harped on that question for a little bit too long, but Josh asked, when do you need a fuse on your solar panel circuit? I don't see an option for a fuse in the kit.
So in all of our kits, the fuses are already figured out for you. If there is a fuse, it needs to be there. If there's not a fuse, then it doesn't need to be fused. All of our kits have already done that calculation for you, because some solar arrays don't need to be fused if their short circuit current does not exceed their max fuse size and capacity. So, we have a video that's a couple years old at this point that's still very relevant for that specific example. And that's basically that. If the kit doesn't include a fuse, then it doesn't need the fuse. If it includes the fuse, then the fuses are there. Yep. So that's not an oversight on our part. That's just, it didn't need it.
Yeah. Cool. We have once again reached the end of questions. So, unless you have anything else to chat about, I would maybe say we can start wrapping up this.
Wrapping it up. Do we have anything?
Live.
Do we have anything fun to share about this? Anything to look forward to?
Anything to look forward to? Our next live will be, I believe, at the end of the year. We'll be doing a kind of a year-end wrap-up. We always do just kind of a year-end wrap-up of the year, saying what happened this year and
what to look forward
to next year. So that will be. Do you know when that will be?
Grace, can you share the Google Calendar link to all of our upcoming live streams
Yeah,
so that people can add it to their own personal calendars and stuff like that?
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
And that one will be on December 27th at 9 a.m. Mountain Time, Denver Mountain Time. We keep just saying Denver Mountain Time because Mountain Standard versus Mountain Daylight, I never remember which one is correct. And if you get it wrong, then it defaults back to Arizona time. So it's Denver time always. Anytime we say Mountain Time, it's always Denver time.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, yeah, so that is the next big fun thing. And anything else?
Yeah, I'm going to hit you guys with a commercial break because I'm going to ask Steph if we even want to talk about this. Okay, 1 second. Let's see. What do y'all want to hear about? Installation services, maybe.
2025 is just around the corner, which means annual installation price increases are coming. Want to save big? Lock in 2024 equipment and labor prices now for your 2025 electrical system installation. Save even more money by combining this offer with our Black Friday sale going on now. Buy any component and get the wiring kit for 25% off this weekend only. Lock in 2024 pricing and maximize your savings for 2025. Learn more at shop.explorers.life under Services and Installations or contact us at shop.explorers.life/support to get started.
Okay, I see that Grace dropped that calendar. Thanks for that. So that's all of our next 5 upcoming live streams. So just add those to your calendars. That way you can get notified, however, with some flexibility there. So yeah, we're sort of kind of wrapping up this chat. We got another thing to sort of share that we haven't shared yet. This is not wiring kit or anything related. So if you have any outstanding questions, we want to make sure we're not trying to cut anybody off. So ask your questions and we're going to stay on until basically we catch up with those. But yeah, so the big thing for next year, because I've had a couple people ask about it in emails and I think one in a YouTube comment the other day, was what events are we going to next year? And so Grace shared the wrong calendar. Did you share my calendar, my personal calendar?
Oh no.
Oh no. No. So the big thing to share for next year is events. Now, we don't have our full event calendar lined out with what all events we're going to. That is something we'll release early next year. But the thing we're wanting to, big announcement, we're doing our own event next year in September here in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. It's going to be a probably 4-day event, something along those lines, like a Thursday through Sunday kind of situation. And it's going to be different than any van event out there. And we're super excited about that. It's not going to be a van specific event. It's going to be for just a mobile living kind of event where it's going to be good for vans, tow behind campers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, all that kind of stuff. And the event is going to be a highly educational event. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be having sort of a in-person, I don't want to say a build off because it's not necessarily a competition, but we're going to be installing 12-ish different systems and 12-ish different rigs live over the course of the weekend. We've got our entire team is going to be there and going to be sort of managing them, but we're not installing them for you. You're going to come and you're going to install your own system under our personalized guidance. We are going to be selecting 12 people. This will be an application process, so we can make sure that we're sort of getting everybody squared away and everything is nice and fair. But it's going to be super fun. You can just come and enjoy the education that's going to be there. We're going to be looping in a bunch of local businesses and having them do a whole bunch of educational little seminars and stuff like that. We are very early in the planning process, and so we don't have a ton of details. We don't even have it on our website at the moment. So be on the lookout for that. Steph, do you have anything to add to that?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think it's going to be great. It's shaping up very good. Steph and Morgan and Grace have been working on that for the better part of 6 or 8 months at this point, just sort of behind the scenes. And we just recently got basically got the event approved from the city of Steamboat Springs through the permitting process and all that kind of stuff. So we're going to have a room for a lot of people. So that's pretty exciting. If you've ever been to Steamboat Springs, where we've got the Meadows parking lot, which is the big parking lot sort of at the base ish of the electrical. Or, reading something at the same time.
The resort.
Of the resort booked out. So yeah, we'll have 12 systems live. They'll be being built that whole weekend, and it should be great. I'll be giving classes and seminars the whole weekend, so hopefully my voice will hold out. So.
It should be a really, really good time. We're really excited about it, and it'll be in beginning to middle of September, so it'll be an absolutely beautiful time of year in Steamboat. It won't be scorching hot like it seems like all of the other van events that we go to are. We tried to plan it around. Of course, being in the mountains, it's hard to plan around weather, but
Impossible.
We tried to plan it where it would be a comfortable atmosphere for everybody to be outside, be building, be having fun, and we are really excited about sharing just this gorgeous place where we live in Steamboat.
Yeah, it should be a good time. So put that on your if you're interested at all, go ahead and put that on your calendar because the dates are finalized.
Yes, it is September 11th through. Let's see, it's September 11th through the 14th, unless you are wanting to be part of the building and actually build your electrical system with us while you're there, and then. In that case, you would be there on the 10th through the 14th.
Yeah. So those are the dates. Just keep your eyes peeled to social media, our newsletter here on the website. We'll be doing a dedicated video once we have a dedicated video for it.
Yeah. Once we have a little bit more details on it. Right now we have the location and the dates, and that's all.
Yeah. We're still trying to figure out who else we can get looped in for, educational content and stuff like that at the thing. Cause we want it to be a thing. Us, we love learning things, and I think that's going to be the core focus, the core focus of this particular event. It won't be just like a big salesy event and stuff like that. It's going to be educational. You're going to learn all kinds of stuff, learn how to build things, which is cool.
Yeah, cool. Okay, we've got 2 more questions, and then unless any others come in while we're chatting, we'll probably start wrapping it up.
Perfect.
But, let's get these questions answered. What are the gotchas to using a starter battery in a lithium dual battery system through a battery isolator to run a winch?
To run a winch. So for me, I'm pretty much always going to run a winch through the starter battery, because there's really never a point where you need to run the winch when your engine isn't running. Anytime you're stuck or you're pulling somebody else out, you've probably driven up to whatever's stuck or you were actively driving, and you're going to use that winch to pull things out. I think that's the way that makes the most amount of sense, for most applications. You could, I have done some designs where I've run it through the Lynx distributor and all that kind of stuff, and it just doesn't make sense in most cases, because the engine is always running, and I just think it's better to run it through the starter battery to power that winch, and just let that alternator handle that just natively. Yep.
Yep. Good answer. Okay. Josh asked, for the 120 volt outlet branch circuit connector kit, it only comes with 1 lever nut, but in the video where you show how to wire the outlets, you use 3 lever nuts per outlet. Is there a way to do it with only 1 lever nut?
That could be an error if that's actually what that shows. We could look into that immediately.
Yes, let's look into that.
That'll be here. We'll just look at it real time. Let's expose ourselves. So we're looking at shop
wiring
kits, individual wiring kits, branch circuit wiring kits.
Circuit.
All right, over here on 120 volt branch circuit connector kits. Yep. you're right on that. That should include more lever nuts, shouldn't it, Steph?
I think so.
Good catch.
Yeah. Let me look into that before.
Yeah.
Just making myself a note
Before
right here.
we agree, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 spade connectors, or fork connectors, I guess. And then should be a lever nut per. No, that's not true. Yeah, no. So the way that would work. Let's see. Do we have a diagram on this page?
Yeah, no, not on that page, but I'm pulling up the.
Yeah. So the way we showed in that video and the way that we include in this kit is 2 different ways. So you're going to use the lever nut on the ground. On the hot and the neutral, those aren't going to get lever nuts. You're just going to go black wire to the hot terminals, and then white wire to the neutral terminals, and then back out. You're not going to do it exactly as we showed in that video. The way that we showed in that video is sort of like a pigtail method, which works fine, which actually works like great, but it does require more parts, and it's just harder to stuff in that box.
Yeah,
that's what we landed on. So yeah, so the wiring kit is correct. The video is correct, but it's not the same wiring method. So the lever nut in the kit goes on the negative wire to go from, on the ground wire to go from ground to ground, and then ground out to the outlet. And so that's how that ends up working. Yep.
Yeah.
So.
And I will also put a diagram on that product page.
Yeah. Check back in a couple hours, and we'll have a diagram on this page about that, because that's a great point. That was kind of confusing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Thank you for calling us out for that.
Yes. That's a good thought exercise.
Okay, we have no more questions.
No more questions. Okay, well, we will wrap it up right there. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in with us for such a long chat. I got 41 of y'all still on here at the moment. We've been rolling for, I don't know how, I lost my timer. It's gone away somewhere.
4 hours and 41 minutes.
4 hours and 41 minutes. So, yeah, like I said, we're going to be on our chat support pretty much all weekend long. We're going to relieve Chat from his chat. We're going to... Oh my goodness gracious. We're going to relieve Chad from his chat support duties and let him go enjoy his weekend. And Steph and I will be handling that until, through the end of day on Monday. So if any of y'all want to purchase anything, just be sure to, reach out and get whatever help you need, and we'll do our best to know. And we will be responding to everything through the weekend, and we'll get you pointed in the right direction. Remember that we sure do appreciate having everybody shop through shop.explorers.life. If you like our tutorials that we put out every single week, no other dealer is doing that to the degree that we are. We're truly an educational source first, and the products that we sell support that educational content that we put out. Because ultimately we want you guys to have a electrical system that we can guarantee works and is safe, and causes you no problems for years to come. And if you do have problems, we're going to be there to support you along the way. So we sure do appreciate your support. Steph, you have any questions Anything else before we get off of here? Because
I think your brain is dead enough that we should just end it. But thank you guys so much for tuning in, and have a great weekend.
We'll see you next time.
This weekend only at shop.explorers.life, we are running a huge sale on our wiring kits. Buy any component at our regular sale price and get the wiring kit for 25% off. So why choose an Explorers Life wiring kit? Well, it's simple. We've done the work for you. Each kit is tested in-house by yours truly. We've sourced the wires, tested the fit, and ensured every lug, ferrule, and connection fits perfectly. No guesswork, no surprises. Just a component with a perfectly matched wiring kit. And here's the best part. Our wiring kits are normally priced to match what you'd spend piecing them together yourself on Amazon, but with this weekend sale, you'll save an additional 25%, making our prices unbeatable. We've got kits for every major electrical system component. Visit shop.explorers.life and navigate to the component wiring kits section and grab your kit while it's still on sale. With our 25% off wiring kit sale going on now, get the most bang for your buck by bundling multiple wiring kits together into a full system package. Choose your installation type, your size of system, base kit options, your monitoring type, battery bank sizes, solar charging options, alternator charging options, add your shore power accessories, branch circuits, enclosures, or even installation services, add it to your cart, check out, and we'll get it on the way. Buy the component, get the wiring kit 25% off. There's no limit to how many you can buy, save on them all. This weekend only at shop.explorers.life. 2025 is just around the corner, which means annual installation price increases are coming. Want to save big? Lock in 2024 equipment and labor prices now for your 2025 electrical system installation. Save even more money by combining this offer with our Black Friday sale going on now. Buy any component and get the wiring kit for 25% off this weekend only. Lock in 2024 pricing and maximize your savings for 2025. Learn more at shop.explorers.life under Services and Installations or contact us at shop.explorers.life/support to get started. Want an Explorers Life electrical system but don't want to do it yourself and don't want to drive to us for installation? Boy, oh boy, do I have a deal for you. Let us install your electrical system into a custom-designed feather-built enclosure and we will ship it pre-assembled and pre-programmed, ready for you to make the final connections in your van. This weekend only, save $500 on any of our pre-assembled systems and have it on your doorstep in 4 to 6 weeks. Available now at shop.explorers.life.